Does it feel okay? Feel great, man. I shouldn't have run to my breath. I should have. Yeah, yeah, right. Everybody, please make your way to your seats. We are going to start very shortly. You want to start? Howdy, Senate. Howdy, Senate. My name is Cade Coppinger. I have the privilege of serving as the student body president for these next 2.5 weeks. It has been a privilege to serve in this capacity, and I am very, very excited for each and every one of you. Serving in student government is not something that is easy. It has often come with very large criticisms, but also I think it's one of the most rewarding opportunities for you as a student to give back to the community of this city, of this town, but also the students that make up this university. And I hope that each of you will take that very seriously, because I know it is a distinct privilege, and you have the opportunity to write the script on what SGA is going to look like this year and how you want it to be. On that note, I want to congratulate every single one of you for winning your elections. It's a big honor. There are constituents all over this campus that have decided that you are the best representative of them in this capacity. Please take that seriously. I think it's something that you should all congratulate yourselves for, but also look that you have a year of work ahead. And there's a lot of work between now and next year to make sure that we get that done. But lastly, I want to say one final thing. I've been a part of SGA all 4 years of my college experience. It started from my very beginning of my freshman year to where we are now. I'm going to graduate in May in just a few short weeks here. If there was one thing that I think is important to talk about in this room and in this organization, I just wanted to take a brief second to talk about what I think is the most important thing. And I think it is upholding the core values amongst every single person in this room, outside of these walls and inside of this room, every single day. If we cannot remember respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service day in and day out with our own senators, with our own exec team members, and with our own judicial court members, then I do not know why we are here. I would really like to reiterate the importance of that and the duty that each of you have to represent the constituents of this university with those core values every single day. It would be a shame if we violated that in this room amongst our own members of this body. I encourage you to reflect on that today and every single time you step out of this room and every single time you come in this room, because one of the greatest misunderstandings of SGA is that we do not do that. I hope that each of you can take it upon yourselves as your own responsibility to rewrite the script of what student government looks like on a daily basis. I think that is the most important thing, more than any other position, any other title, any other piece of legislation, or anything that we're going to face or talk about here today or the rest of the year. I highly encourage you guys to reflect upon that, and I'm excited to see the way that you take that upon each one of yourselves the rest of the semester and the year. That's all I have today. First, I would like to lead opening roll call led by Speaker Blackburn.
All right, well, bear with me. I do not normally do this, but I'm trying to make it as quick as possible. SPP Mallory.
Here.
Say howdy when I say your name.
Howdy.
Chief Justice Lefty-Love, howdy. Senator Fisher.
Howdy.
Senator Kwan, howdy. Senator Emma Karian.
Howdy.
Senator Tanner Owens.
Howdy.
Senator Clay Williams.
Howdy.
Senator Allen. Howdy. Senator Council. Senator Jackson. Howdy. Senator Attaway. Howdy. Senator Deely. Senator Jusino. Howdy. Senator Ken.
Howdy.
Senator Richards. Senator Schmidt. Howdy. Senator Richards. Senator Williams.
Howdy.
Senator Yost.
Howdy.
Senator Collins.
Howdy.
Senator Horton.
Howdy.
Senator Sanders. Senator Wright.
Howdy.
Senator Chesler.
Howdy.
Senator Hurt.
Howdy.
Senator Vivian Coe. Here. Howdy. Senator Landons. Senator Hudson Smith.
Howdy.
Senator Westlake. Senator Williams. Ben Williams. Senator Chu.
Howdy.
Senator Collinsworth. Senator Long.
Howdy.
Senator Alvarez. Senator Burnside. Senator Edgington. Senator Hughes. Senator Coates. Senator Willis.
Howdy.
Senator Wupperfeld.
Howdy.
Senator Adamick.
Howdy.
Senator Barber. Senator Becker. Senator Brown.
Howdy.
Senator Clark. Senator Fleener. Senator Flores. Senator Garcia. Senator Glasser. Senator Glover. Senator Hall. Senator Hedgecock. Senator Hicks. Senator Bonilla. Senator Kaiser. Senator Monk. Senator Murray. Senator Pesic. Senator Pogue. Senator Patel.
Howdy.
Senator Sanchez. Senator Slum.
Howdy.
Senator Steele.
Howdy.
Senator Stites. Senator Teets. Senator Vander Huygen. Senator Wilhite. Senator Wilkins. Senator Hargrove.
Howdy.
Senator Maynard. Senator Roberts. Senator Williams.
Howdy.
Senator Bazone.
Howdy.
Senator Bradley.
Howdy.
Senator Cho.
Howdy.
Senator Dow.
Howdy.
Senator McEvan.
Howdy.
Senator Shuck. Senator Tucker. Senator Wells.
Howdy.
Senator Wu.
Howdy.
All right, thank you.
Up next, we have our invocation and pledge of allegiance led by Speaker Blackburn.
You'll please bow your head. Dear Presence and Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you so much for bringing all of these people today. I know this meeting is long awaited. I just pray that all of these people trust in your plan for them, that you've put them here for a reason, and they do the good work that you've selected. Let their skills and uses and just benefits shine through in the work that happens in this room. Let this room be a place of integrity, excellence, respect, leadership, loyalty, selfless service, Lord. We thank you for bringing everyone here today, and we trust in your process. In your precious and holy name, amen. Please rise with me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
on
That's the flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Up next, we have our mission statement and ID honor code led by our longest serving senator, Senator Patel.
The Texas A&M University Student Senate represents all students in order to enhance the Texas A&M experience within our university and communities through research, legislation, and advocacy in accordance with the core values of our institution. An Aggie does not lie, cheat, steal, or tolerate those who do.
We will now move on to the swearing in of the seven. We will now move into the swearing. We will now move to the swearing in of the 78th session of the Texas A&M University Student Senate. Please rise, and you will now be sworn in by Chief Justice Leffingwell.
Please raise your right hands. I state your name, do solemnly swear. To faithfully execute to the best of my ability. Case of the office of, state your office. For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association. To uphold the honor of the same. At all times to protect the welfare of the student body. To promote good relations between the students. And those concerned with the university. So help me God.
Yeah, gradually better. That was good. We will now move into the swearing. We will now move to the swearing in of the student body president-elect Carter Mallory. SVP-elect Mallory will now be sworn in by Chief Justice Levin.
You'll note the rise for swearing.
I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Carter Mallory, do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
duties of the office of state your office
the duties of the office of student body president,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to hold the honor of the city
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the
So help me God.
so help me God.
This is on her birthday, by the way. Just wanna throw this out. We will now move to the swearing in of the student body vice president-elect Kathleen Parks. SVP-elect Parks will now be sworn in by Chief Justice Levin.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability the duties of the office of state your office for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association, to uphold the honor of the same at all times to protect the welfare of the student body and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university. So help me God.
They grow up so fast. They grow up. We will now have a sign up for open forum. Likely there will be no one. Speaker Blackburn, do we have anyone for open forum?
We do not.
Good. We're moving quicker today. Let me see. Hold on one second. We will now move to the election of the Speaker of the Student Senate. Okay, so I just want to give you a rundown on how the election will go. This is the first time I'm reading of this, so bear with me here. I'm learning as we go. The floor will be open for nominations. Please seek recognition and make the nomination, and then I will ask the nominee if they accept the nomination. After it appears there are no further nominations, I will close the floor. Each nominee will be given a designation of candidate 1 or candidate 2 or candidate 3. Candidate 1 will then have 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes for a character witness, and stand open for 5 minutes of Q&A. Other candidates will exit the room with their character witnesses. They will repeat for each candidate. Periods of presentation cannot be extended. Periods of Q&A can be by a vote. Following the presentations, we will enter a period of debate. This will be conducted via 2 rounds of debate. In this case, we only debate for a candidate. You may only refer to the candidate as candidate 1 or candidate 2. Anything else will be out of order. Additional rounds of debate may be added. And I will call anyone out of order that says anything negative about a candidate, or if you do not decide to refer to them as candidate 1 or candidate 2. So I highly recommend that you follow those rules. After the debate, we will enter voting. Standard procedure is a standard vote. A ballot vote will occur if requested by 1 senator, and a secret ballot will be requested via motion and will require a majority vote. If a race is uncontested, the candidate will have 5 minutes of presentation followed by 5 minutes of Q&A, which both can be extended. Debate will be considered for and against. The floor is now open for nominations. Senator Maynard.
Senator Maynard, Education, I nominate Robert Hargrove for
Senator Hargrove, do you accept?
I accept the nomination.
Senator Chu?
Senator Drew Corbett, yes, I nominate Allison Justina.
Senator Justina, do you accept the nomination? Seeing no more, the floor is now closed. Okay. Candidate 2, if you and your character witness will please exit the room. Candidate 1, please take the floor. You have 10 minutes starting at howdy.
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 My name is Robert Hargrove, and today I'm running to be your Speaker of the Student Senate. First off, a little bit about me. We could scroll down a little bit. I am an education major. You can make any assumptions about education majors. No, I don't have homework. No, I don't have exams. And on top of that, this next semester I'm required to have 3 days of no class. So if you're worried about time commitments, I can assure you I have time to put forward in this position. I want to go further into education, into educational administration, policy, and advocacy. That is why I'm getting my degree in education. I'm just not really certified. My hometown is Nevada, Texas. I'm sure none of you have ever heard of that town before. It's a very small town about an hour east of Dallas. Spelled like Nevada, said like Nevada. We're a bit different here in the state of Texas. I am in the Fighting Texas Ag class of 2026. Hey! Woo! I know some of y'all 26ers could have done better. And I'd like to add fun facts within my presentations. Mine today are I have appeared on an Emmy-nominated TV show. If any of y'all have ever heard of the college tour, I was just a background person, but still pretty cool thing to add. Additionally, I do worship at FBC College Station. If you're looking for a good church family, so FBC College Station is the place to go. We just finished our latest sermon series, so if you're looking for a good place to study and learn about Holy Week, that's the place to go. My shameless plug for today. A little bit about my values. I believe that every single person should have values, and these are the values that I hopefully exemplify to each and every single one of you today, and hopefully I will be looking for in every single one of you. These are values I very much value. That's why they're called values. My first one is faith. Everything I do in my life is Christ-centered. I'm a very Christ-centered person. I believe faith should be at the center of everybody's life. And so that is how I operate my own life. I go forth, setting my best foot forward in the name of the Lord. With that comes a slew of a lot of different values that I believe are important, but two that I very much believe are important are forgiveness and compassion. I believe those are very important and biblical values that each and every single person should exemplify in their own lives. With that integrity, I believe each person should be integral and respectful. I also believe in service. Service is a value that was ingrained in me at such a young age through my parents, through my family. And I'm so glad to be here at Texas A&M University where service is so valuable. Additionally, humility. I believe pride is the true thief of joy. And so I believe we should approach everything in our lives with humility. Now, a little bit about my relevant SGA and Senate experience, campus experience as well. I have been in the Senate since Jesus was a baby. I've been here for a long time. I started my time out here longer than probably most of you were even in college in the 75th session back in 2022, where I was elected as a senator in the College of Education and Human Development, which at the time was called a school. I was on the Academic Affairs Committee, and I served in multiple different capacities and leading different initiatives across our campus. I got once again reelected in the 76th session, where I served as not only a caucus leader for the College of Education and Human Development, but also as the Speaker Pro Tempore of the Senate. I not only got to be in charge of the Internal Affairs Committee and the Operations Committee, I got to lead 6 amazing fish aides who I'm so proud of because they are still in student government, and they did such amazing work for our Senate body. I also got to do a lot of amazing stuff for this body. One of those notable things is right here, getting to redo the Senate logo. Before we had an older logo that was a little more outdated, I got the opportunity to update that and change that. Along with that came the revamping and redesign of our website, the reboosting of our Instagram and our social medias. Proud to say that session we got over 400 new followers for our Instagram, which was a great boost for our visibility and for our Senate to be able to advocate for our students. And then this past year, I got elected once again in the 77th session as a senator, where I not only got to serve as a senator, but later I was appointed as Vice President of Academic Affairs. I worked heavily with administration this past year, starting on 12 different committees, task force commissions, Working with the president, working with the provost, working with our chief of operations, working with the community. I worked with a lot of people and a lot of administrators across this campus, and I hope to use and leverage my experience not only in this SJ with my sessions and my service, but I hope to leverage that all to be your speaker for this next session. A little bit about my outside experience other than SGA. I've been in a slew of other organizations, including the Aggie Baptist Student Ministry, where I still currently serve class councils. I additionally am still in class councils. I got to be an impact counselor. It was an amazing experience. Fish Camp crew member, and I got to serve on the U.S. College of Education and Development. We could go to the next slide. Thank you. So Speaker of the Senate. What is the Speaker of the Senate? This is what is enumerated in the code, the duties and roles of the Speaker of the Senate. I'm not going to read each and every single one of these to you. You can look up here at the screen and read them, or I'm sure you can look in the drive where my presentation is. Essentially, the Speaker, they run this room. They chair this room. They're standing right up there where Kate Coppinger is currently serving, and they run this entire room. They also ensure that all of our external and internal components of our student senate are managed efficiently. That means making sure that we continue as a student organization, but that also means managing our different committees, our different chairs, and ensuring that our senate body as a whole is representing the student body. A little bit about why me, because not only have I had the experience as somebody in Senate, as the Speaker Pro Tempore, who even got to chair bills, resolutions, acts, and even get to speak and chair a speaker election, which is not a normal thing. Normally, a normal senator or Speaker Pro Tempore never chairs a speaker election. I now join the ranks, or I guess Kate Coppinger joins the ranks of those who have gotten the opportunity to chair a speaker election. But I've also had the opportunity this next year to be speaker. And I also have vision. I have a vision for this Senate for the next year. That includes visibility, my first point. I want to ensure that this Senate body is being as, can we scroll the next slide, please? I want to ensure that the Senate body is being as visible as possible with our students this next year. I'm going to work with our caucus leaders, our constituency affairs chair, our Speaker Pro Tempore to ensure that we are making sure students know we exist and that we can advocate on behalf of them. I'm sure that each and every single one of you had a tight race running for elections this year. I believe there are only 2 uncontested races. You each had to fight to get into this room. And each and every single one of you probably came across students who didn't know what a student senator was. I want to ensure that we are changing that we are making sure that people know we exist. Collaboration. I want to ensure that we are working across the board with different groups and organizations. Interbranchally, working with our executive and judicial branch to ensure that we are working for the SGA as a whole. We are consistent of 3 branches in this government. And as a unified body, we should be working together to put our best foot forward in representing our students. I got the opportunity to serve on the executive branch, which I feel gives me a little bit of leverage to say that we can work well with the executive branch. Inter-organizational collaboration, working with the organizations within our student body. That can be anywhere from engineering or colleges, or that could be anywhere from just a random, nickname club. We can continue to work with our organizations to push forward advocacy that helps our student body. University collaboration, working with the stakeholders in the administration in our university. Chancellor Student Advisory Council, CSAC. This is a special committee and council that our speaker and our student body president get to serve on. This is consistent of all the heads of each of our system schools. I've gotten the opportunity to work with CSAC back when I was Speaker Pro Tempore, and even visit Galveston campus and work with different leaders from across CSAC. I want to ensure that as we, as the main campus, who have the most resources and most people, put our best foot forward when we're representing not only our campus, but continually representing our system as well. We can be able to push initiatives that not only help our campus, but help our system as a whole. And CSAC is one of the great ways to do that. Development. I want to ensure that after you leave this room, when we get here next year, that you're being developed, that you have the necessary skills and resources you need to not only continue in advocacy, but apply those skills to your further career opportunities. That's, getting administrators to come see you, or even plugging you into meetings with administrators, working with our chairs to ensure that you're getting those opportunities to be developed. With that, next is management and accountability. I want to ensure that we are managing this room as efficiently as possible, ensuring that we are abiding by all the rules and regulations of our bylaws and our code. Ensuring that not also that, but we are also being a continually recognized student organization. And ensuring each and every single one of you just took an oath of office to be a senator, that you are held accountable to that oath. You are now a senator of the Student Senate. Congratulations. Now let's do something with that, because each and every single one of you took a position from somebody that really wanted it. And so I want to ensure that you are being held accountable, and I expect every single one of you hold each other accountable to the rules and procedures that we have enumerated in our code of bylaws. Now, lastly, if you get anything from this presentation, is impact. Impact is the most important thing that we can do in this law, in this Senate law. Impact, our entire Senate, our Senate has the ability to represent our students as a whole. And that's the great thing about our Senate. Now, that can happen in multiple different ways. That's working with administration, working with student groups, working with faculty, working with staff. That also can happen through legislation. We write a lot of legislation in this body. And I mean a lot. I have had my fair share of writing legislation. But not all of it has come to the result that we would like it to. Sometimes it's just a paper that lands on somebody's desk or in somebody's email. And so what I want to see this next year when we are posing legislation is that we're not chasing some number. We're not trying to break records, but that we are working to make sure our legislation is impactful and effective. That we have 3 questions here that I have developed that I want us to consider when we are writing legislation for this next year. Who did we coordinate with? Are we coordinating with administration? Are we coordinating with student groups? Who did we coordinate with to ensure that this would have an impact? What effects or repercussions does it have on the student body?
Please wrap up your presentation in 1 sentence or less.
And then finally, what's our follow through? In total, I want to ensure that this body is as impactful as possible. And I want to ensure that we are continually working on the behalf of our student body, representing them well. With that, can I introduce my character witness?
Very quickly.
Yes. With that, I would like to introduce my character witness, a former senator himself, a 2-time chair, a former speaker of the Student Senate, and current elect graduate and professional student body president, Mr. Marcus Wells.
Okay.
Yes. You have 5 minutes starting at howdy.
You didn't count me there, right?
No.
Well, howdy, everyone. My name is Marcus Glass. It's great to be back in this room. It's been a quite a hot minute since I've been here, but as Robert had said, I've been here since the 74th session. I 74th session, I was able to get in October and sort of got thrown into the next fire that you guys hopefully will not have to experience this coming session. And then 75th, and then I was able to be BCA chair. In the 76th session, I was also BCA chair. But then I also was able to serve as speaker. And just coming from the speaker role, there is so much to it that goes beyond what you see in person, what you see here in this room. And it truly is a role that's a full-time commitment. And then lastly, as Robert had said, I've had the privilege and honor to be elected as next president of the Graduate and Professional Student Government, which encompasses our 17,000 graduate and professional students here at Texas A&M University. So representation, understanding, advocacy is something that I have wholeheartedly enjoyed, and I want to continue this coming year. So enough about me, but time to talk about Robert. Robert Hargrove. Robert and I had first really met back in the 75th and then 76th session. 76th session, he was able to serve as the Speaker Pro Tem. And when I tell you, there is a man that has slaved in this building, it's that man right there. I would be coming in as speaker, mind you, top of the heap, chief student leader of this organization. And Robert would be here at 9 o'clock at night on a random night. And what would he be doing? He'd be managing our website, working on our attendance records, making sure that this organization would run. I could not be effective in my role if it wasn't for the work that Robert had done as Speaker Pro Tem. Beyond that, this past year, he's worked with administration, 12 committees, and that's the committees he gave out. I don't know if we can pull those up, Kate, but those committees are not small committees, mind you. They are with the provost, the university president. Those are interfacing directly with administrators, and that's really critical. Why? Because a lot of the advocacy work that we do, that we set, happens on the committees of the university. The next part that Robert had touched on was this room. Tonight, you guys are going to have to make a decision about how you want to see the next future of your session go, the next year, what it's going to look like, what vision do you want to set. And be honest, I know the politics of this room. I know you guys and your tickets. I get it. And so what I encourage you all to do tonight is to not really vote based on what ticket you ran on, but to vote based on your own opinion and on your own ideas. To vote for what you see as being the best vision for this coming year. To vote on the policy issues that matter to you. What do you want to see? How do you want to advocate for students? And so with that, I believe that Robert is a great person that can lead this Senate, lead it properly, and see the vision through and elevate this body and elevate you guys at the same time. So with that, I believe that is it.
Great. And then now we are opening up for 5 minutes of Q&A. Senator Steele?
Senator Steele, office. What is your favorite and core value?
Ooh, that's a good one. I like to choose excellence. As you know, our core values encompass basically each other in them. But excellence, I like to, in Relish, be excellent at every value, but I also like to strive for excellence in everything I do. Excellent in my faith, excellent in my forgiveness, excellent in my compassion, excellent in my integrity. All the values that I listed, I strive for excellence. And I want to do the same thing for this body, to strive for excellence of this body.
Senator Bradley?
Please, Speaker Blackburn, please direct questions to me so I can take the formal speaker list.
Sorry. Senator Bradley, College of Engineering. What is, if you were to be elected, what is one of the main things that you want to do for the next session?
That's a good question. I surely don't have an answer because I don't know who the internal affairs chairs are yet. I don't know what our policy issues are going to be. I don't know what we're going to happen. I have my own thoughts at what we can do, but my job as speaker is not to run what you do as senators. My job is to help facilitate that. My job is to sign with you whatever the Senate decides. So I truly don't have an answer to that because I believe speakers should.
Raise your record. Can you say your name, please?
Senator Wells?
Fine, I'm sorry.
Senator Wells, engineering. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to outreach with the Senate. What is your specific message for last year?
Can you say that, Father? I'm sorry.
You specifically mentioned earlier that you were lacking outreach from student life. What are some specific places that were lacking?
I think from my time as Speaker Pro Tempore, based off of that, we did a lot more tabling opportunities. I know for the 77th that wasn't as opportune, but I also know for our social media outreach, I would like to see that a little bit. I'd also like to see the amazing work that our past speaker has done with outreach being continued and amplified. I want us to find new and amazing creative ways to be able to reach out to our students and be able to ensure that we are advocating on behalf of them.
Senator Coates.
Senator Coates.
Senator Coates, on this caucus, what are the duties of the office?
You want all of them right now?
Could you talk a little bit about?
I mean, there are several duties. I can't say that I memorize each and every single one of them word for word, but they're in charge of the facilitation of this room. They're in charge of making sure that they help the senators and the Senate officers. They're in charge of making sure that we're recognized by student activities. They're in charge of making sure that we are abiding by all rules and regulations of this body. They basically just manage everything. That's the best answer I can give you. I can't do word for word. I'm sorry.
Senator Toast?
Yeah.
Yost? Put it wrong on my phone. I just want to put that on the record.
You mentioned countless committees, task force, and commissions. What did you feel was the most impactful among those?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think my work on the Open Educational Resource Committee this year has been one of my most impactful, most amazing. I've gotten to see stories of each of our IPs who are impacted by free textbooks and free resources in our courses. I think helping boost our numbers from $2.5 million state on textbooks to over $3.7 million now this year. I think that has been an amazing opportunity that I've gotten a chance to be a part of and getting out grants to help teachers, professors, and students alike write OERs, get to see them impact the student body.
Senator Fisher?
Senator Fisher, College of Ag and Life Sciences. What would you say to a random student at Texas A&M who thinks that Student Senate is a joke and that we sit in here and we don't really do anything?
Yeah, I would tell them I've seen the impact. I've seen the impact that the students that can have. If you've seen free Scantrons, that was us. If you know fall break, that was us. The Student Senate truly has had an impact on the student body. And I know that you may not feel it or see it now, but there are several groups on campus who do. And I encourage you, if you need something for us to advocate on behalf of you, then let us know and we will gladly do that.
Senator Honan?
Senator Sloan, off-campus caucus, motion to extend question.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. It is It's undebatable. Say it more time. Whatever she said is what's gonna happen. Undebatable and undebatable by time.
Undebatable but amendable as to time and will
Yep.
require a majority
Yep.
of votes. We'll attempt to do this via voice vote. All those in favor of extending the period of question and answer by 2 minutes, please say aye. All those opposed?
No.
Is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it?
Senator Hernandez.
Sarah, wait, I'll get started. You talked about forgiveness in your slide. How do you think you would, or how do you think you've done about that with the recent events of children?
I am not sure if I'm allowed to talk about those recent events. I would direct you to the Chief Justice. I don't hold any grudges. I am somebody who very much believes in truth. Okay. I don't hold any grudges. I mean, I pass off my torch. I was serving on a different branch. What happened in this room happened in this room. I completely forgive any individuals. I don't hold any grudges because Christ told me to forgive those people. But I don't think there's any need for forgiveness because they didn't do anything wrong by me.
Senator Kim.
Senator Kim, College of Arts and Sciences. You mentioned your experience and this session or this previous session, 77.
Yes.
You were elected senator, but you recommended instead.
I was.
How did your experience as a VP on the cabinet actually specifically the executive branch to make sure efficiency?
Yes, as you can see, Speaker Blackburn and Student Body President Coppinger, sorry, it's called Kate. They work together very often. The chief student leaders of this SGA work together very often. And just knowing the structure and how executive branch works, I believe that will give me an upper hand into understanding how things work and the areas of collaboration that we can see. A lot of our chairs have counterparts on the executive branch that can work together to ensure that we are further advocating for our student body. Having a knowledge of the executive branch and how they work and their meetings, all of that stuff, I believe will give me an upper hand in understanding where our Senate chairs, where our senators as a whole can work with our executive branch to further advocacy for students.
Senator Steele.
Senator Steele, all Kansas caucus. How do you think your experience in the 12 committees and as VP of Academic Affairs can help you bridge the gap between student government and administration/vaccine?
Yes, I have worked with administration a lot this year, and from various backgrounds, from the vice president of student affairs, from the president of the university, or even the university librarian. I've gotten to work with a lot of those administrators, and even the speaker gets to work with a lot of those administrators on a weekly and daily basis. I believe having a continuing relationship with those individuals already will be very beneficial for the Senate body because I already know those administrators. I can already help push forward. We already have a working relationship. And so I believe that will help gap the distance between our student government and our administration because we as a work as a mediator between our students and the university administration.
Thank you.
Okay, Sloan. Senator Sloan.
Senator Sloan, off Kansas caucus, permit to the preface.
Very briefly.
I've had like multiple senators talk to me about allegations at you that you voted the previous state court case service stated in it. On your Aggie honor, did you have anything to do with the creation or the fruition of that case?
I did not know. My first time actually learning about that case was I don't even know when the individuals were told about that case.
Please wrap up in 1 sentence. Time has expired.
I learned about it. I had nothing to do with it.
With that, we thank the presenter for his time. Man, this is not an easy job. I thought it was easier. Just all the words up here. They're crazy. Okay. Please give us 1 moment. I'm gonna wait 1 second. Okay. No, I've never done it. Just checking. Okay. Okay. Candidate 2 will now take the floor. Candidate 1 will now exit the room with their witness, which has already happened. You may start your presentation with Howard. Wait, are we done? Okay, you may start with Howard.
And I'm running for the Senate. Okay, so here's a little bit about me. I'm from Flower Mound, Texas. I'm a cognitive and behavioral neuroscience major with a minor in American politics and policy. And it might sound random, but I want to go into special education advocacy and go to law school and focus on how to improve special education. So kind of makes sense. Okay, here at Texas A&M, this has been my involvement this year. I am the chief of staff for the sophomore class. I'm also involved in class councils with that, so that looks like delegating meetings and tasks to a group of sophomores who are part of class councils, and then also serving as the class president. I'm also an MSC advocacy delegate this year and involved in Kappa Data. We have a merch challenge coming up this Saturday, like that. And I'm the staffing director, so I was in charge of creating our leadership team, our volunteer coordination team, and a group of day of volunteers, and they'll all come together on Saturday to do that. Over the summer, I worked for Camp Blessing, Texas. It's a Christian summer camp for people with special needs. I was a cabin leader last summer, and then this summer I'll be the senior cabin leader for over all of those cabins with 60 campers. And then I also work for a nonprofit based out of New York City called Civics Unplugged. I've been doing this for about 2 years. It provides resources and opportunities to travel for free to DC for students who are really involved in politics and policy. I've gotten to meet a lot of really cool teenagers supporting them. And then at home, I coach gymnastics. I grew up doing gymnastics, did it until high school, and that's where I have the most fun at home, coaching crew team and competitive team. Okay, so as for Senate, I was involved in 77 section. I was elected as an arts and sciences senator, and then I went on to the constituency affairs chair. I was also involved in the Senate working group where we work with the teacher and get to just have conversations with her, vulnerability and honesty. It was really cool opportunity. These are the roles of the Speaker of the Senate kind of laid out in the show. Okay, so here's some of my goals for this year. I'm going to do an overview and then I'll go into them a little bit more. Actually, cohesion coordination, continuing the Senate working group, accountability, impartiality, and unification, and then I have some goals for our IA or internal affairs too. So as for SGA cohesion and coordination, our speakers and our SVPs have been working really hard on this in the past. I want to continue our relationship with the SVP and SVP, the Chief Justice, making sure all of our branches are working collaboratively and keeping a constant communication all throughout the 78 session. I want this to be our top priority. SGA as a whole is SGA. We work together to work SGA. I also want to connect with our SEC legislative bodies across all of the SEC schools. We've been doing a really good job of that, continuing that and continuing those relationships that are past leaders stated. Okay, as for the Senate working group, this is the coolest opportunity I got to be part of. Just getting to speak with the speaker as a senator, not on IA at first, was really cool to just connect with her, talk with her, see where her goals were, and then how I could help. Keeping a line of communication open between the speaker and the entire Senate body. There's a lot of time that the speaker spends with IA, but having that conversation with everyone in Senate or a small group is a really cool opportunity. Getting to be a part of that, have conversations, and see how we can best advocate for our constituents. It's a cool opportunity that we're going to continue. Hopefully have more regular meetings, maybe once a month, and have a little bit larger group of senators. Okay, so as far as accountability, impartiality, and unification, I think that this is going to be the biggest thing of our session. Continuing what we've been going for, as for in Polis 144, it's okay to disagree and have productive debate. But when we leave, we are part of the Senate and we respect one another. We are all one team. So I'm going to continue that. I think we've done a pretty good job this year, but I think we're pretty on it. Outside of Senate, I think that we can be friends. So maybe offering some socials or opportunities for all of us to come together. Would be a cool opportunity. And having a one team philosophy. We're all on one team coming together, even if there's debate anywhere. Professionalism, I will represent you guys in many different aspects across campus. And so being professional, even if maybe I don't agree with the conclusion we keep the representative and focused on representing what you guys believe and therefore advocating for you in all parts of my job across the district, all kinds of paths. Accountability to the student body. We need to represent our constituents well. All of us were chosen for a reason and we were given an opportunity to be here, maybe over a different person who was just as qualified. So making sure that we recognize that and do our jobs well, but then also we need to connect with our constituents through social media, updated efficient resources, and making sure that they have a place to go if they have a question. As for our internal affairs team, just having professional and efficient meetings, we did a really good job of that this year, I think. Continuing that, making sure that we realize that our internal affairs team is involved elsewhere, and making sure they're doing their jobs well, but in an efficient manner. I think having regular speaker one-on-ones is important. I'd like to meet with each person on our internal affairs team once a month. I think that's something that will help us understand what our role is and making sure that we're holding each other accountable, having a team focused on accountability. So why choose me? I have the time, I have the availability, I'm ready to serve. I understand what it means to be a speaker. I've had lots of time to research and hear from people and understand what it means, and I do, and I want to serve the student body in this way. I've been the chief of staff and the MERC staffing director, so I know how to manage internal affairs, admin work, spontaneity, and short timelines. I'm going to continue that work here. I have a genuine passion for SGA and Student Senate. I want to make sure that our Senate is approachable and that we are able to reach the student body. I also want to continue the work I did as CA chair, where we can spread the knowledge of who we are and what we do. We had a few initiatives last session, and I want to continue those. My core values are empathy, humility, and intention. And here are my words.
Right. Okay. We are now moving into the 5-minute period of character witness. If you would introduce yourself and then start at counting.
Howdy. Howdy. Yo, I'm Andrew Applewhite, senior political science major from Dallas, Texas. But most importantly, I'm the loudest and the proudest member of the Fine Texas Aggie class of 2025. Hey! That is not as loud as it should be. And it's just because there's so many of y'all young guys that are just ready to take off. And I'm so excited. And I think it's so reflective of just how many incredible young senators that we have in this room, ready to be passionate about serving students. And that's why I want to be here. I want to be able to stand witness to candidate two's character. As y'all can see up there, I did the job. I did the job of Speaker of the Senate. And I know y'all have heard at this point from other people that have done the job. But I want to talk, first of all, about what I think to be the major and only qualifications of a good speaker. And those are character and vision. Character is in the core values and type of person that you're electing, and vision in where the Senate should go. I have utmost confidence in candidate two. She's going to do an absolutely incredible job today. That she's going to do the best job at being guided by leadership based on her character and vision for leading y'all. I'm so confident in that gosh, I have come up here on a random Wednesday night and I'm talking with y'all. And guys, it really has been something that I've seen constantly out of candidate two. I've worked with her on the MERC challenge. I've worked with her and many others, but she stood above so many others in, like I said, the two major qualifications, character and vision. I encourage y'all to vote based on character and vision. And I know that if y'all do elect candidate two as your speaker, she's not going to only lead the people that are smart enough to vote for her. All of y'all are going to be incredibly served because of who you are and what you want to do. And y'all are people that the student body of over 80,000 students have elected to do one thing, to represent the students. And that's exactly what candidate two is going to do based on her character and vision. With that, I know it's going to be a really late night, so I wanted to be as brief as possible. So thanks, Jacob, and God bless.
We're now moving into a period of Q&A. I will recognize the first question, and then please direct your questions to Speaker Blackburn after that. Senator Fisher.
Senator Fisher, College of Ag and Life Sciences. Obviously, one of the first conversations we ever had together, I shared with you that my girlfriend's brother had autism. And you talked about how you could immediately help serve his needs in the situation he was dealing with in Texas public schools. Can you talk a little bit more about your heart for people that feel unseen and how that's going to influence your role as speaker?
Yeah, all throughout high school, I committed my time to a club called Circle of Friends. It was Special Needs Inclusion Club, and I spent all day, every day in those rooms. I got to kind of move along in leadership ranks and become the president of that club, which was super cool. Managed 200 students, plus an additional 45 students with special needs. And so then I kind of transitioned that into college. In my experience as a civics club, I focused on education reform. So I got to learn a lot about that, visiting the Department of Education in PC and speaking with the top officials there. Additionally, here I was in Achievemates, so I got to be one-on-one with college students who have special needs and disabilities, and that was really cool. Just getting to hear their story of what Texas A&M has done for them. And then also in the summers when I'm advocating and working with one-on-one, doing their showers, doing their toileting, looking at all my campers. So I think just advocating for people who don't necessarily have a voice is something that I've done for a really long time, and looking forward to kind of utilizing that in different ways as speaker.
Senator Steele.
Senator Steele, off campus caucus, permission to practice.
Briefly.
Senators, you've only served half a session as a student senator. If you're elected, you would have be one of the youngest quote unquote student senators. Do you believe this fact helps you potentially if you're elected to be speaker?
Absolutely. I think that because I haven't had as much experience in the Senate, I've gotten to spend a lot of my time elsewhere in leadership roles on campus, going into different areas of students on campus. I have more time to do that. I have more time to develop what opinions look like across campus. Talk to a lot of students. I was in a club called Fishco. That's a different side of campus that I don't find myself in often, but I got to have a lot of really cool conversations in. So when I did come into Senate, I came in with a very broad idea of what Texas A&M looks like. Got to hear lots of stories of students. Came as a sophomore, but I had been in leadership roles and continued those leadership roles and balanced them while I was in the Senate. Then went on to be on IA while also being the chief of staff. So I've gotten to see how all of those roles work together. Overall, I think that I haven't been here as long, and that's okay. I am willing to see other viewpoints, other ideas that Senator has kind of washed out or brainwashed away. I see like how things have changed. I'm ready to just watch it. Listen.
Senator Pertel.
Senator Patel, off campus. So you mentioned this working with the Senate last year. More detail about what was discussed, some of the ideas, projects where they don't talk about how they might.
Yeah, overall we talked about really long conversation one night about how we can advocate for senators to stay in Senate. I think that's something that we can do for a long time. How can we keep senators engaged and wanting to come back, being engaged in conversation, asking questions. And Speaker Blackburn and I got to have a conversation about that. It was really cool. We talked about lots of outreach with the student body, what that looks like. So then as CA chair, I got to do a tabling opportunity, and I also got to have our senators go to their student organizations, talk about SGA as a whole, talk about Senate. So we kind of started some initiatives in that room, and then I got to go out and do those as my constituency chair. So it's cool to see it all come to fruition.
Senator Sloan.
Senator Sloan, off campus caucus. you're a relational person, whether it was a lunch in DC while we were up there together, actions, former students, even the way that you led SoMoCo this year. How do you see that you being so relational, helping in the school? How do you see yourself? How do you see yourself? The voice of students.
Yeah, first and foremost, I am excited to be the representative for all of you. What that could look like changes based on what if you need to come to me in the late hours of the night. I want to be available for working on legislation, or something new and something you've never done before. I want to be that resource for you.
Please wrap up in 1 sentence, class.
I want to remain available.
Defer to her.
I was going to be out of order as SB Coppinger already called time expiring.
Okay. With that, we are now closed for Q&A for candidate 2. Please leave the room with your clerk. We'll need a brief second. I have to do some first. I'll say they've got this like kind of mat down here. It's pretty cushy. It's gonna hurt you guys. It's a good spot up here. It's I recommend next session if you guys are interested. It's pretty cool. Shouldn't have run to student body president. So okay, we may now start debate.
What I'm going to explain.
Yeah.
Okay, so now in debate, you'll start debate for candidate 1 and then move to for candidate 2. Again, you cannot debate against a candidate. You can only speak in favor of a candidate and you reference the candidate by name. You will be called out of order. And each round is 2.5 minutes. There will be 2 rounds of 2.5 minutes. Unless it's a good fight.
Right, so we start with for candidate 1. The floor is now open for speaking for candidate 1. Senator Steele. I mean, there's nothing else. Yes.
It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Howdy. Senator Steele, off campus caucus. Nice to meet all of you. I want to ask one question today. What makes a good leader? I have 3 criteria here that I want to talk about. First one is connections. I don't think that makes somebody a good leader. I could have 100 friends. Doesn't mean I know anything about being a speaker. Doesn't mean I know anything about student government per se. I don't think connections is what makes you a good, an experienced, and a qualified leader. I have 2 criteria that I want to introduce to you all today, and I'm sure you all know about it. Experience is the first one. Candidate 1 has a lot of experience, like a silly amount of experience. VP of Academic Affairs, Senator for the entire time he has been a student at A&M, asterisk. He was elected in the fall when he became a freshman. He was also pro tem when I first became a senator, as a freshman senator for the class of 2027. And he taught me a lot. The reason I can come down and speak relatively comfortably is in part because of candidate 1. He's a great candidate. And I think he'd be great in this position. He actually has so much experience with all manners of student government and of administration that I kind of have a running joke with him because he has constant meetings with the provost, which is pretty high up in terms of administration. So he'll be explaining something to me, and I'll always be like, oh, did the provost tell you that? Did you know? Him and the provost are buddies. Besides that, the second criteria I have is passion. Now, that's kind of something that's a little bit harder to judge. You can't say, well, I have passion, put that on my resume. Unlike VP of Academic Affairs. But I only have my experience with candidate one. He is one of the most passionate people I have ever met across the board. And I think y'all will have the ability to see that in him if he is elected speaker. With that, I yield to Senator Kirk.
Senator Hurt, you'll have 11 seconds to add.
What about me on that one? Howdy.
Howdy.
Senator Hurt Bristol, interrupting for 11 seconds. And candidate one is ready. I yield the floor.
Seeing that the floor has been yielded to, we will now move into the first round of debate for candidate 2. Senator Fisher. Your time will begin. 2 minutes and 30 seconds will begin at Howdy.
Howdy, Senate. Senator Fisher, College of Ag and Life Sciences. Candidate 2 is a kind, genuine, intentional human that prioritizes relationship over everything else. And at the end of the day, if you don't have a genuine relationship or serving in the community that we're a part of, no good work is possible. I believe that she is absolutely qualified in every regard, as she is willing to put this position and her relationships with every single one of you in this room above everything else in her life. Her commitment to that relationship and her commitment to see through the promises that she's made and the work that each of you want to accomplish to serve your constituents is exactly why she's the person for the job. I yield to the floor. Oh, Senator Sloan. Did I do that? Too late? Yeah, it's how it works. Appreciate it.
Wait. We move into the second round of debate for candidate 2. Anybody motion? For candidate 1, my apologies. Would anybody like to? Senator Coates. Your time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds will begin at Howdy.
Howdy, Senator Simpson on campus caucus. Fellow senators, I'm here tonight to encourage you to vote in favor of candidate 1 for Speaker of the Senate. With 4 sessions of dedicated service, candidate 1 has proven himself as a leader, a legislator, and a steadfast advocate of this chamber. From senator to caucus leader to speaker pro tem, candidate 1 has not only gained experience, but demonstrated the leadership and the vision necessary to guide this body forward. He has carried over all acts, bills, and resolutions, ensuring that every piece of legislation with precision and purpose. And senator in our history, except for now, to chair a speaker election, he showed his commitment to fairness, order, and the values that define this institution. Candidate 1's impact extends beyond order.
State your order.
Senator Pesic, off-campus caucus, point of order, not business professional.
I'm going to defer to Speaker Blackburn.
So unfortunately, education states that for the is not a professional practice must be ready.
Since the ruling was made out of order, we will now move into the second round of debate for candidate 2. Senator Sloan. Your time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds will begin at Howdy.
Howdy, Senate. Senator Sloan, off-campus caucus. It's good to be here tonight, representing candidate 2.
I've been looking forward to this since she announced to me that she wanted to run for student senate. I really don't know a better leader than candidate two. Throughout my time over the last 2 years, serving as CPP of the freshman class and serving as sophomore class president, she was one of my most trusted best friends. Whenever I would go meet with the university or do really anything, I would almost always run by whatever I was about to do with her. And she would always give me advice. She changed up kind of the points that I would make. And she was always there for me, and I know that she'll always be there for you, regardless of your background, who you ran with over this past election. She's here for you. Candidate two isn't doing this because she wants the flashy title of Speaker of the Student Senate. She's not doing this because she wants to be a chief student leader. To be completely honest, she could probably go anywhere and be the chief student leader. She could lead any group of people. She's that kind of leader. She's the kind of leader that doesn't do it for herself. She does it for her constituents, for her people, and she wants to get to know each and every single one on the deepest level she can. I think that's evident in the way that she serves at Camp Blessing. That, for people who don't understand that what kind of work she did, that is a 24-hour job all summer. Caring for people that day to day might not be able to care for themselves in the ways that they need to survive. A couple summers ago, I served at a very comfortable camp called Camp Love and Beyond. And I wasn't even on leadership like Allison, but I saw just how hard that is, how selfless that is. There is no recognition for a job like that. She's not asking for recognition for all the hard work that she's done. She's asking for your vote to be Speaker of the Student Senate so that she can continue that good work, so she can represent underrepresented groups on campus, so she can advocate for programs like Aggie Achieve, so that she can advocate for the legislation that we want collectively to pass. She's going to work great with the student body president, the student body vice president, offset once they're confirmed. She's going to work great with anyone because she is the kind of person that leads with love, leads with care. And I urge all of you that regardless of where you're sitting, or your background, you
Please finish
put
on
all
sentence with us.
politics away and think about who is the person that is going to care for our constituents and care for you. The answer is number two.
That now concludes debate. We are now moving into a time of voting.
Yes, there is, debate is limited to 10 minutes or 3 maximum, whichever comes first, and that mark based on the 2 rounds of voting. And since SB coverage are already with voting right now.
So now we will move into a period of voting.
Do you have a question?
Motion to us. Point of order, I consider Senator Hopkins' office, Senator.
That motion is, yeah, wait, Senator Steele. That motion is out of order as we have already moved into a period of voting and there is no opportunity to make a motion. That's a I'm going to yield to Blackburn on this.
Okay, just to clarify, once we enter voting, the way that Robert's was taking it, change the voting procedure once we enter the voting. The motion for secret ballot would have been in order at any point before that. However, our exchange code does supersede at some points, and it is written that if any senator requests a ballot vote, then we must vote via ballot, and that can occur at any point. Therefore, Senator Hurt's motion was in order and will be voting via ballot. So I'm going to. Okay, we're going to vote via ballot. I'm going to walk around and pass out ballots. They are here. So you will write your senator name, your caucus, and then you will circle for candidate 1 or for candidate 2. If you choose to abstain, do not circle anything. You must have your name and caucus, or else your vote will not be counted. Please do not exit the room while we are in the period of voting.
She'll give you the pencil back.
Point of information. We read Hardy.
Yes, again, just being really clear, you're putting your name and conflicts on the line and then circling either digit one or digit two.
Wait, so nice.
If you have ballots, hold them up and I'll start collecting.
So she's not
You're doing great.
trying.
Hey, thank you. Out of this whole entire session, I've never done this one. Anytime. Hey, Bryce, look around. You see the other fish eggs? They're not here. I'm not tuned into the session, so. Hey, where the heck?
Everyone, please take your seats and please be quiet. We will be quiet until the candidates, either one of them or both of them, enter the room, and then we will move forward with the process. Thank you. By a vote of 48 to 21, candidate 2 has been elected Speaker of the Senate. Senator DeFino will now be sworn in by Chief Justice Leffingwell as the Speaker of the Senate.
I state your name, do solemnly swear.
I, Allison Justino, do solemnly swear
To faithfully execute to the best of my ability.
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
The duties of the office of state your office.
the duties of the office of Speaker of the Senate
For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
for the Texas A&M Student Government Association
To uphold the honor of the same.
to uphold the honor of the same
At all times to protect the welfare of the student body.
at all times to protect the welfare of the student
And to promote good relations between the students.
and to promote the relations between the students
And those concerned with the university.
and those concerned.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I will now yield the chairship to the newly elected Speaker.
We will now move into a 15-minute recess.
Going at it.
We're now in order. We will now move into our election for Speaker Pro Tem. The floor is now open for nominations. Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, off-campus caucus, I nominate Senator Flores. Senator Flores, do you accept this nomination? The floor is still open for nominations. Senator Morton.
Senator Morton, Flower Bay School of Business. I nominate Martha Tucker.
Second. Senator Tucker, do you accept his nomination? I do. The floor is still open for nominations.
The floor is now closed.
Or we can it one. And Senator Tucker, you will be two, the 26th person. Sleep pause. Thank you. So, sure. You have 10 minutes beginning at Howdy. Howdy Senate, Vanessa. Vanessa Floyd, off-campus caucus. Today I will be running for speaker pro tem chair. So a little bit about me. I am a political science major and I'm minoring in international relations and Arabic studies. And I am from Corpus Christi, Texas. And next time you see me, I'll have a grade. So I'm super excited. So my core leadership values are respect, accountability, excellence, integrity, and collaboration. I believe that these values are not only something that I put on the screen, but something that I try to exemplify in everything I do, not only personal relationships, but different leadership positions that I have as well. For respect, I believe in honoring and respecting other people's opinions. I think that's really important in order to create a collaborative and inclusive environment. Accountability. I strive in everything that I do that if I mess up, I will be determined to fix it and definitely own up to it. Excellence in everything that I do, even if I don't know what I'm doing, I will do my very best to figure it out and just excel in it. Integrity. I will always do the right thing and take accountability, even when it can be difficult. I will take responsibility for everything and lead with transparency and honesty. Lastly, collaboration. I think what makes the Senate body so incredible is that there's so many different people with so many different opinions. And I really hope, if elected for this position, to go into the next Senate session just ready to hear everyone out. Definitely always keeping an open mind and working towards the common goal together, not apart. So my relevant experiences. So here within Senate, I served as the 76th session, one of the 76th session Bush School senators. Last session, I was an off-campus senator, and I am so happy to return back for the 78th session as an off-campus senator as well. For my campus involvement, I am a member of Kappa Kappa Gamma, I didn't put that up there, and I'm a member of the Public Relations and Analytic Committee. Also, I am a Terry Scholar here at Texas A&M, and I am a part of that organization as well. I serve as a member and a peer mentor. And lastly, I am a Texas A&M freshman peer mentor, and so that has been an incredible experience getting to meet all these new students and just help guide them throughout their first semester. So this is the role of the speaker. I know it's kind of tiny, but the speaker pro temp has a lot of different roles. And I believe that I will excel in each and every one of these areas. So my goal for speaker pro temp, so I want to ensure there's weekly and timely active record keeping. I believe that being transparent with fellow senators and also the student body is super important into keeping the ethics of the Student Voters Association. I would love to increase engagement with the Senate Instagram, such as story takeovers, or weekly newsletters as to what we did during our meetings on Wednesdays. I would love to educate the student body about the different legislative committees that we have and their opportunity and right that they have to take place and be a part of those meetings. I would love to work with the Constituency Affairs chair on initiatives for social media, collaboration with different accounts that senators may have to increase engagement on that avenue and get people to follow our Instagram and learn more about what we're doing. And lastly, ensure all archives and recordings are uploaded properly to ensure transparency to the Senate and the student body. So my qualifications. So in order to do all the things that I have said are my goal for student program, I want to ensure weekly record keeping and transparency. In my experience outside of Senate and in the workforce, this has been a priority for me, and I know how important it is to maintain the ethics of an organization. Secondly, enhance the Instagram and visual communications. Outside of work, something for fun that I do is I am an executive producer of an educational broadcasting program. Even though I'm younger, I have had the opportunity to be able to do that. And that has been incredible. With that opportunity, I was able to communicate with different leaders and people within the philanthropic community of my hometown and help educate our community about what they do and how they can get involved. And so I prioritize really getting people engaged in that avenue. And that also goes along with point number 3 about just having, transparency and educating people, because if they don't know what's going on, they don't know how to get involved. Then I continue. So I want to strengthen outreach of creative incentives and maintain ethical and accurate record protocols. So these are my letters of recommendation. The brief clause. And I would like to introduce my character witness, Camila Vivanco, who is a Bush School Senator.
So 5 minutes starting now.
Howdy!
Howdy.
My name is Camila Vivanco. I am a freshman undergraduate at the Bush School, majoring in public service and administration. But most importantly, I am the loudest and the proudest member of the class of 28. Wow. We're like fresh and excited, but my time getting to know Vanessa. Character candidate 1, sorry about that, I'm still getting used to everything. Has really influenced shown me that not only is she a relationship driven person, but that she is genuinely caring of every person that she comes in contact with. If you haven't had the pleasure of having a conversation with her, please come up and speak to her. She will look at you with her gorgeous smile and make sure that you feel welcome and that you feel like you have a home here. Another really amazing thing about Vanessa, about candidate 1.
Your examination. Yes. That was candidates.
Correct. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. So Vanessa, she's been able to really and truly bring me under her wing, in the Bush School. As she mentioned, she was a Bush School senator, so I've been able to take a lot of inspiration from the work that she did then, and for me to be able to see really and truly what you can do as a senator for the Bush School. On top of that, she's also someone who is willing to ask questions and learn. This position is new for her, but she has 2 previous either pro temps in this current Senate session who I know for a fact that if she has any sort of question or wants to learn more about the role or the position, she not only will be a fast learner, but she's willing to ask the questions that are needed so that she can perform the highest level possible. I know for a fact that she will use her network and make sure that we use our networks to become students outside of Student Senate to make sure that we all know what all we can do as student senators and make sure that they know what we are doing for them. The student body needs eyes on us, and I know for a fact that Vanessa is going to update not only attendance records to make sure that the student body knows who all is here, but know what we are doing, who we are working with, and different ways that the student body can get involved with Student Senate and SBA as a whole through our website and social media. There is no better candidate in my mind who could perform pro temp better than Vanessa. And if you have any sort of questions about her qualifications of the past 2 years, let me tell you, not only has she shown true commitment to this organization, SBA as a whole, but she has committed her time and her energy and her effort to keep places outside of this. And all of those people, I am fully believing, are more than happy to talk about how Vanessa has supported to their organizations just as much as has supported to this one. Lastly, Vanessa is not only a person who will smile at you, but she is also someone who will be an active listener. She wants to make sure that you are heard and valued. She wants to make sure that your experience in Senate is something that will ensure that we have retention rates for years to come. Right now, when I said that I was class of 28, and
I see so many hands in the air, and that means that there are many of us who are freshly new, and have a lot of space to learn. And I know for a fact that Vanessa is such a great person to learn from. I have no doubt in my mind that she will be an amazing speaker pro tem. But more importantly, I have no doubt in my mind that she will be your friend, and more importantly, a great leader for all of us. Thank you, and I yield to the floor. Okay, Senator Flores.
Floors will now be open for a period of questions. I see Senators.
Senator Steele, Caucus. Why do you believe that prioritizing accountability is important?
Oh, good question. Okay, so I believe that us as senators have sworn to the student body that we will uphold the duties and honor of our elected positions. And I think with that comes accountability. You need to make sure that with what you say you're going to do, you are able to do it. And with that, if we are to say that we are leaders that strive for all the Aggie core values, therefore, all the work that we do exemplifies that and should be shown to the student body. And so that's why I think accountability within that aspect and also within the role of speaker pro tem of records and video recordings of our meetings is so important to show what great leaders we are.
Senator Wharton.
Senator Wharton, Howard Bay School of Business. Senator Flores, you've served here for 2 sessions, you're dedicated served leader and a Carey Scholar, which I know as well. During your time of service, can you tell me about the projects that you've done?
Oh, absolutely. So I think within my time here in Senate, it's definitely been fun. However, I do believe that towards the end, the chairwoman at the time of the Affairs Committee offered really great opportunities for us to do outreach. And that's what kind of started my passion for wanting to run for this position, is the ability to speak hands-on to different students. I think it is so important what we're doing here, but it's also just important as a leader is to not just show you're a leader to the people in this room, but exemplify those qualities outside as well. And I believe I facilitated that really, really well with the tabling opportunities and other things as well. Some students have come up to me after I've run and they have ran and have asked me so many questions about student participation and how to get involved. And I think that's equally just as important. And in my time in this upcoming session, I would love
to Senator Hurt.
Senator Rachel, can you talk about how your experience with the programs that you're
Absolutely. So I believe that my experience with this nonprofit television show has really taught me the priority of active listening and also just hearing what people have to say in regards to what they're passionate about and hearing other opinions that might not necessarily be of my own. Within that, I think that's so important to be a leader in general and also very important for this position as well. And also the ability to collaborate with people that you may not know very well. And so I believe that, you know, there are new senators here and I would really look forward to collaborating with them as well. And so I think that those opportunities within those programs have made me feel more than qualified to run for this position.
Senator Wells.
Senator Wells, engineering, especially when you mentioned accountability, especially when you mentioned focusing on accountability within Senate, what specifically are you pushing that accountability? How do you propose making sure that those are always happening?
Absolutely. So I think it's elected for this position. I've already put in my head that I want to designate a certain day of the week, like Sunday, and just, or even sooner than that, you know, if I have spare time to really focus weekly on prioritizing transparency with the student body. And that is something that I have set myself to do, and I will do it.
Senator Burnside.
Senator Burnside, on campus caucus, you've shown that you've been fairly involved in a variety of sectors of off-campus and off-campus. Out of all of these experiences, what would you say has prepared you the most for this role?
Absolutely. So I believe my involvement within the Carey Scholars organization has been super important. We prioritize service, we prioritize being able to get to know different career scholars from all grade levels throughout the organization. And we also prioritize leadership as well and mentorship. I think all those things are really, really important, especially with people who aren't your age and may not have anything in common with them. Just be able to go forward and do a common goal like all of the service projects that we were able to do. And so I think that was such an incredible experience that has prepared me.
Senator Steele.
Senator Steele, off Kansas Caucus. How was your experience as a PR and analytic committee member at Key?
Absolutely. So I think being in two different committees within my time within Cabot, Alabama have been really incredible for me to meet.
Please wrap up in 1 sentence or less.
But also get to exercise some strengths that I have before.
Thank you.
With that, we thank you for Nick for his time.
I think it's right here. So,
Okay, Senator Tuckett or Tucker, you have 10 minutes beginning and howdy.
Howdy, everybody.
I'm Martha Tucker. I'm running for Speaker Pro Tem 4 for the 78th session. And I'm excited to be speaking to you all tonight. A little bit about me. I'm a sophomore. I'm an ocean engineer, and if you have questions about what that is, what it means, ask me later. I would love to talk to you guys about that. I'm from Allen, Texas. Fun fact about me is that I was actually born in Georgia. I moved to Colorado, and then from there I moved here, and I've lived here for the majority of my life. So I do consider myself a Georgian at heart, but really a Texan. I'm a family of 5. I've got a younger brother and an older sister. She actually attended Texas A&M and graduated with her GPA and a master's in, it was accounting. Yeah, she was one of the reasons that I felt the need to come here, and I'm so happy that I did. Okay, so talking about involvement in SGA specifically, I served in the 77th Student Senate session. I was on the Rules and Regulations Committee, and what a privilege that was. I also was able to serve on one of the Judicial Court subcommittees, and both of those experiences just exposed me to the inner workings of Student Senate and SGA, and I'm so glad for that. Outside of SGA, I'm involved in Kappa Alpha Theta. I got to serve as Songfest chair for this last year, and it was so fun. Taught me a lot about the importance of time management and leadership. I also serve in Compassion for Change. It is a service org. It's very small, which I love because you just see a whole other side of A&M that you don't typically get to because of how big we are. I'm a sophomore representative in the mentorship in ocean engineering, which kind of helps to bridge the gap between the industry professional field and us students as ocean engineers. So it's been great. It's taught me a lot about the importance of speaking in a professional manner and holding those professional relations both with my fellow classmates and with the industry. I also had the privilege of getting to be a counselor and ropes for Pine Cove Shores. It was an incredible experience. I learned a whole lot about how to deal with adversity and change things on the dime, which prepared me for big leadership positions that I took, like Songfest chair. Okay, my speaker pro tempore goals. One is to maintain a cohesive and welcoming social media platform. I want people both inside and outside of SGA to feel like they understand what's going on in Senate. I also think that it's important to remain professional but transparent on social media. So just making sure to keep a healthy balance between those two. I want to complete all tasks in a timely manner. So just making sure that things are done when they are meant to be done. And part of that will be
performed by delegating to the operations committee, working with my executive director of operations to make sure that everything is done when it needs to be done, communicating who is doing what. All the power cannot be on one person, and so it is important to delegate power. I also plan to keep an up-to-date website because I do want the people outside of Senate to know what's going on. You ask most people, especially as an engineer, I know a lot of people in engineering don't know what's going on in the Senate. I want it to be easily accessible to them to find out what's going on if they're interested or if they have a friend who is in Senate. I also want to maintain a strong relationship with those in fish aids. I think it's very important that they have a presence here in Senate, and so I just want to make sure that we keep that up just like we did this year in the next coming session. I also want to be approachable and accommodating for both old and new senators alike. I think that this is very important. We all have needs. We all have situations and circumstances that we can't anticipate. And so I want you guys to know that I am here for you. And I want you to know that I want to know each and every one of y'all as a person, not just a seat in the Senate. Why choose me for Speaker Pro Tempore? My core values are faith, integrity, family, respect, and empathy. And I think these are things that I've been raised on by my family, which is one of my core values. My father actually has a rule. He goes by faith, integrity, and family. And I followed it ever since. And I think that it's great that I attend a university that values all of these values. I also have experience in organization, in running meetings, in support, so a lot of behind the scenes work, which is what I will be doing as Speaker Pro Tempore if I am elected. And working with Excel and spreadsheet, which I've grown to love Google Sheets more than Excel, but I do understand why some others might love Excel over spreadsheets. So I also have a genuine passion for Student Senate. I know I haven't been here the longest, but I've learned to seriously love the inner workings of SGA. I think that it's great what we do for the student body and for our community, and I think that we need to continue doing that. So I plan to do that if I'm elected. I want to spread knowledge of who we are. I want to make sure that people outside of Senate and SGA know what's going on, as I stated before, and this will be done over social media, on the website, etc. I also want to be more approachable. I don't want you to feel like I am just a Speaker Pro Tempore, but I am also a fellow person who you can talk to about normal, everyday things. So these are my letters of rec. This is Eli Patel. He was the 77th session Speaker Pro Tempore. Luke Morrison, he was the 77th session Finance Chair. Corbett Armstrong, who he is the longest serving senator. He was the Rules and Regulations Chairman for the 77th session. Next slide, it's Cole Horton. He served as the freshman caucus leader in the 77th session and is now the senator. Bryce Fisher, he is in the 77th and 78th session. And Bo Bradley, who served as the engineering caucus leader. I would now like to introduce my character witness. This is Corbett Armstrong. He needs no introduction. You have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Well, hi, Senate. As Martha said, my name is Corbett Armstrong. I've had the great pleasure of serving in this room for a long time. I did some thinking a minute ago, and I was talking about how this meeting right now is the first Senate meeting since January of 2022 that I have not had speaking privileges in one of those. It's been a while. I have the privilege of being the longest serving senator in the 77th session and the Rules and Regulations Chair. Before that, I was the Legislative Relations Chair in the 76th session, and before that, I was the off-campus caucus leader in the 75th session. Before that, I was an on-campus senator in the 74th and the Senate Fish Aid, which makes Fish Aids pretty close to my heart. So, with that, it's not about me, it's about Martha and why she can be a phenomenal Speaker Pro Tem for you guys in the 78th session. And why is that? Martha has served on my Rules and Regulations Committee since she joined Senate about a year ago. And I've never seen someone jump into Senate and take on responsibility immediately the way that Martha has. She served on the committee, getting valuable insight on legislation as it came through. but even cooler was serving on the Judicial Court Justice Confirmation Subcommittee. Small number of senators get picked for that. The several we've had this session, we've had 3 senators each. Martha was one of them. And in that subcommittee, she demonstrated a depth of knowledge about how Senate works and how SGA works, how different parts of SGA work together, and lent that to decisions about how we're going to confirm Judicial Court justices. But more importantly than all of that, I've gotten to see 4 different pro temps in my time in the Senate. Carrie Margaret in the 74th section gave me my love for SGA. When she mentored us, Senate Fish was valuable, and I totally see Martha doing that this next year. Brandon Ray in the 75th was my roommate, one of my very best friends, and he showed me that the pro tem sets the culture for the Senate, something I see Martha doing excellently. Our own Robert Hargrove was the pro temp in the 76th session, and our own Eli Patel was the most recent pro temp in the 77th session. Eli was one of my very best friends. He led us incredibly well, did his job excellently. All of these things have proven to me that the pro temp is an essential role that Martha will do incredibly well, but you heard it, she's a people person. She's here to make sure that every single one of you guys feels welcomed and equipped, like you understand what's going on. So with that, I can't think of anybody who would be a better pick for Speaker Pro Tem for the 78th session than Martha Tucker. I would love it if you would vote for her. If I could, I certainly would. Thank you.
Now stands open for a period of questions. Senator Hargrove.
Senator Hargrove, Education Caucus, Religion Purpose. Yes, you talked about organization within your presentation. I noticed that in your folder, in Drive, some of the letters aren't accessible. How do you address accessibility within our Senate Drive?
I apologize for that. It was done very quickly. I should have made sure that it was all accessible to you. And I can't do anything about that right now, so I apologize.
Senator Patel.
Senator Patel, off campus. Was I correct in hearing you say that you prefer Google Sheets over Excel?
Yes.
Permission to back and forth. How would you feel if you knew that everything internally is done on Google Drive? And
This may just be the reason why I started to love Google Sheets a whole lot more than Excel, just because it's so much easier to share with them.
Senator Collins.
Senator Collins, Lower School Based Business. What's your favorite memory from A&M?
A&M, just in general?
Just in general.
That's a very good question. I would have to say just a few months ago, I went to Aggie Park and I was supposed to study. And we did just a little bit, but decided that spike ball was much more tempting and enjoyed it. So I just had a grand old time getting to play with some friends and meet new people. We actually ended up throwing the football some, which I don't do often, but I love it when I get to.
Senator Gordon.
Senator Gordon, Flower May School of Business. Martha, so we have worked together on the Rules and Regulations Committee. You have done so many great things. Can you tell me about what legislation helped with you?
Yes, I recently helped to rewrite the elections packet, which made a whole lot more things accessible to our new candidates. It made it easier to even campaign off campus, which was I had an honor in getting to be a part of that because I think campaigning off campus and on campus is of equal importance. So I was grateful to get to write on that. I also got to help write the specifics in social media, which there aren't a whole lot of rules on social media. So it was just cool to get to refamiliarize myself with what the election packet looks like.
Thank you.
Senator Honey.
Senator Honey, you're involved in so much at Texas A&M. And what leadership qualities do you think identify so
I think integrity and just I guess approachability. I think that I've made myself someone who people can come and talk to. when necessary about specific situations or circumstances. I've also held integrity, and so in knowing my role in whatever leadership position I hold, I count to it, and I make sure that before any other person's suggestions or what they want is taken into account, it is what the role of that specific position is.
Senator Hurd.
Senator Hurd, motion to exhaust.
Second.
Okay, I think in previous sessions, exhausting the list is out of order, but you can extend the time. Then the motion's been made and seconded. It is debatable and amendable, requires a 2/3 vote. We will attempt to do this via general consent. Do I see any objections?
Yes.
Okay, if any objections have been made, we will now move into a debate on the motion. Starting with debate against the motion.
That's not right, the motion.
State your motion.
You like to off-campus caucus, point of order. No. Good time question. That is all time.
Senator Hurd, Bushel, the senators are out. For his turn.
Order.
Point of order, Senator Fisher, College Back Life Sciences, this motion is undebatable. But amendable to timing. Thanks, for keeping us on the
Order. Okay, sorry for the confusion. The motion is undebatable and amendable by time. And will require a 2/3 majority vote. We will attempt to do this by standing vote. By voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No. Vision.
Point of order, College Dragon Life Sciences, Senator Fisher, you can't call a division until the results of the election have been announced, or the vote, yeah, the results have been announced.
Third.
Yeah, to speak for clarification here, Senator Fisher is absolutely correct. Division cannot be called unless the announcement is made and the chair wasn't able to give her ruling. She cannot give her ruling on what she believes to be the result of the voice vote. And then if someone wants to make a motion or call a division, they're more than welcome to do so. We can move to more formalized voting.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Time has been extended by 2 minutes. Who is our
Senator Bushel, we talked a lot about the divisions. Can you give your names of our 7 session Senator?
I'm sorry, I know for Preston, but that is just about all that I know.
Point of information, Senator's not on this caucus, do you want her to name all 3 fish aids or just the ones that, are in there?
Point of information, do this one.
No one's really
No one's been recognized. Please sit down. We're going to continue with questions. I have Senator Hargrove.
Senator Hargrove, Education Caucus. What is the name of the Student Senate Archives?
I'm sorry, I did not know that, but as soon as if I am elected, I will look forward to learning more.
Hi, Senator Pope.
You mentioned Compassion for Change. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, Compassion for Change, it's a service org, it gets plugged into the Bryan College Station area. We've served in Bill, we've also created our own service events, whereas just raising money with different food drives, and with Valentine's Day, cookie sales, and it's all just been to raise money for different philanthropies throughout Bryan College Station.
Hi, Senator Willis.
Senator Willis, on campus caucus. As a fellow engineering student, I'm just curious, with the rigor of your engineering coursework, how do you think that has uniquely prepared you for this position?
That is a very good question. I definitely think that it has taught me to make sure I know where my priorities are and that I don't prioritize one thing over the other. Academics are extremely important, as well as socials, as well as my professional experience, both with work and in SGA. So with engineering, it's taught me how to keep a time management, to make a Google calendar, or I like to write them down on a piece of paper because that's how I remember things better. It's really just taught me that you got to get things done because they're not going to wait around for you. So instead, you just got to approach things and not look for it.
Hi, Senator Patel.
Senator Patel, thanks for talk a little bit about delegation. In more detail, like that, delegation, investment.
Yes. I definitely am looking forward to, first of all, meeting whoever might be, if I am elected. I will definitely be talking with them just about what their intentions
Please
are.
wrap up in words and less.
I plan to delegate whatever responsibilities are on the website, specifically with the people who are in the operations.
With that, we thank the candidate for her time. Okay. So now I'm going to period of debate. Okay, we're gonna start with debate for candidate one, and it's gonna be 2.5 minutes, 2 rounds of debate. We'll start with debate. We'll start with debate for candidate one. I see Senator Hall. We have 2.5 minutes beginning at Howdy.
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 Senator Paul of Campus Caucus. Short and sweet. I think candidate one would be a great person for this position. I've seen her leadership exemplified in her communication and guidance as new to student government. She's been honest and open with any questions that I have. I've also had the privilege of working with her in our sorority, and she's led with grace and passion. For the position of pro temp, it is important to have an experienced leader, active listener, and good communicator to uphold and honor the duties that this position requires. I therefore encourage you to remember this when making your decision about candidate one. I yield the floor to Senator Hurt.
Seeing that Senator Hurt has been yielded to, you will have 1 minute and 46 seconds. Starting at Howard.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Senator Hurt, Bushel. I get to talk a little bit longer now. I appreciate that. Candidate one, actually has been one of my greatest mentors. I come in as a sophomore Terry scholar, and she's a junior scholar, and she had just shown me what it means to actually live not only by faith, but also by grace, what it means to actually do things with actual consistence. You know, we talk a lot about relations and Senate, and I see we're all have our laptops up here. We're all on our phones texting, and we're all probably getting told, I'm so sorry, Senator, that was not but we're all texting each other because we already have in our mind who we're voting for. We need to convince everyone to vote for that person.
Point of order,
But
call board, Flowerville School Business. I do not believe this is germane to debate.
Let's get to your point quickly.
relationships. The senator has those relationships where we actually can just listen to her and understand what she's actually talking about. We don't have to text each other and convince each other. We talk about unity when it comes to this. Well, when is there unity when you're having division already currently? I ask us to look beyond tickets, look beyond things of ourselves, and look at me. The senator, candidate one, has had years of experience, not only in Victoria, not only in student government, but as a servant leader. As a Bushy, we have this quote. There is a public service is a noble calling. This is the President George H.W. She exemplifies it to a T. Live by faith, live by service. That is what candidate one is. I ask you and implore you to look beyond yourself and look for the student body. With that, I'm moving.
Seeing that the board has been yielded to, we'll now move to the first round of debate for candidate two. Do I see any debate? I see Senator Wharton. About 2.5 minutes beginning at how?
Senator Horton, Lowry Bay School of Business. So I have worked with Martha Tucker for.
The Senator Wardrobe Education, the senator did say the candidate's name.
We'll now begin the second round of debate for candidate one. Say your motion.
Senator Fisher, I have a motion.
Second.
Point of order, Senator Fisher, College of Ag and Life Sciences, there's no motion on the table, so the correct motion would be to end debate, not to move the previous question.
Senator Fisher is correct. We will now move. Say your motion. Seeing that a motion has been made and seconded, this motion is undebatable and unamendable. This requires a 2/3 majority vote. We will attempt to do this by voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. Seeing that division has been made, we will move into a more formal form of voting. We'll move into a period of standing voting led by Speaker Blackburn. All those in favor of the motion, please rise. Sit down. Never done that. All those opposed?
By a vote of 28 to 33, this motion does fail.
Dr. Collins, Larry Mansfield, and Mr. Duper, roll call vote.
Seeing that a motion has been made, do I see a second?
Second.
Say your point.
Clay Williams, Colin Becker. This is directed for Senator Cohen. Is the roll call vote for the election, or was that directed for the division? Okay.
Yeah, that is.
For the election.
Going to pick 3 rounds.
Yeah, say your point.
They said there's switching on sessions.
Point of personal privilege, John Collins, Larry Mansfield, I just got confused, apologies.
I motion for a roll call vote for the election. There's the all obvious
Say your motion.
Senator Patel, off campus. I move to roll call vote on the speaker proposal.
I'm calling for standing please. If they had to see you sit there, be quiet, and just tell me.
Because it says that Senator has free time. That's the person. Yes, because we are like overwriting. So change your colors.
Senator Burt, we must first consider the motion that has been made. Seeing that a motion for a roll call vote has been made and seconded, it is undebatable and unamendable, will require a 2/3 majority vote. We will attempt to do this by standing. All those in favor? Roll call vote. Right, we are voting for a roll call vote. There should be no talking during voting. All those opposed? By a vote of 43 to 20, this motion does pass. We're now in the second round of debate for candidate 1. Do I see any debate? Say your point. We're at the second round of debate for candidate 1.
It's the motion to close debate.
Do I see any debate? Seeing none, we will now move into the second round of debate for candidate 2. Senator Bradley. We'll have 2.5 minutes beginning at half.
Howdy guys, Senator Bradley, College of Engineering. First off, I'd just like to say thanks for making this a good meeting tonight. Second, I've got the pleasure to work with Martha over the Rules and Regulations Court. She's on my committee, or she's on my caucus, College of Engineering. And I just want to say she is extremely capable, extremely knowledgeable, and an extremely good people person. She has the ability to just walk into a room, not know anybody, and just like shake their hand, start talking to them, and they're, become friends. Third, I just like to say that Martha is a great gal. I've gotten a good opportunity just to talk with her outside of Senate and just kind of get to know who she is. And candidate 2.
You should not called me. You're out of order. This concludes debate. We will now move into a period of voting. Okay, stand at ease briefly so we can be prepared to do a roll call. Your point?
Senator Fisher, College of Ag Life Sciences, directed at Senator Hargrove. What is the name of the Senator? Senator Hargrove, it is the Terry suit or coding team. Okay. Permission to follow up.
Granted.
Like, could it just see it was like secret?
Yes, as the current state.
Okay.
It was a current or former speaker of the Supreme Court.
Cool. Thank you for explaining it. I'm sorry.
Say candidate one or candidate two. Senator Fisher,
Candidate number two.
Senator Fawn, candidate two. Senator Emo Faria, Senator Owen, Tanner Owen,
Candidate one.
Senator Clay Williams,
Candidate two.
Senator Allen, candidate two. Senator Council, Senator Jackson, candidate two. Senator Alway, candidate two. Senator Deely,
Candidate two.
Senator Jusino, no, sorry. Senator Penn,
Candidate two.
Senator Richards,
Candidate one.
Senator Schmidt, candidate two. Senator Williams, Senator Yost,
Candidate one.
Senator Collins,
Candidate two.
Senator Horton,
Candidate two.
Senator Sanders, Senator Wright,
Candidate two.
Senator Hargrove,
Candidate one.
Senator Maynard, candidate one. Senator Roberts, Senator Williams,
Candidate two.
Senator Bissoni,
Candidate two.
Senator Bradley,
Candidate two.
Senator Cho,
Candidate two.
Senator Dow,
Candidate two.
Senator Medvedev,
Candidate two.
Senator Shuck,
Candidate two.
Senator Wells,
Candidate one.
Senator Wu,
Candidate two.
Senator Chesler,
Candidate one.
Senator Hurt, Senator Vivenko, Senator Lamons, Senator Hudson Smith,
Candidate two.
Senator Westlake, Senator Ben Williams,
Candidate two.
Senator Chu,
Candidate two.
Senator Collinsworth, Senator Long,
Candidate two.
Senator Alvarez, Senator Burnside, candidate one. Senator Edgington, candidate one. Senator Hughes, candidate one. Senator Coates, candidate one. Senator Willis,
Same.
Senator Wepperfeld,
Candidate one.
Senator Damick,
Candidate two.
Senator Barber, candidate one. Senator Becker, Senator Brown,
Candidate two.
Senator Cleaner, candidate two. Senator Clark, candidate two. Senator Garcia, candidate one. Senator Glasser, candidate one. Senator Glover, candidate two. Senator Hall, candidate one. Senator Hedgecock, candidate two. Senator Hicks, candidate two. Senator Cornea,
Candidate two.
Senator Kaiser, Senator Monk, Senator Murray, candidate two. Senator Pesek, candidate two. Senator Pogue, candidate two. Senator Patel,
Candidate two.
Senator Sanchez, candidate one. Senator Sloan,
Candidate two.
Senator Steele,
Candidate one.
Senator Stites, Senator Teets, candidate two. Senator Vanderhagen, candidate two. Senator Wilhite, Senator Wilkins, candidate one. Please be. Senator Bronco. Senator Blank. Senator Tucker. Senator Tucker.
By a vote of 24 to 45 to 1, candidate 2 does win. Pro temp will now be sworn in by Chief Executive.
I, Sophia Page, do solemnly swear
I, Martha Tucker, do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of state your office
the duties of the office of Speaker Pro Tempore
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
So help me God.
So help me God. You can try that. But it's suspended would now been to the election for the new rules and regulations. But the floor is now open for nominations. Senator Poe.
Senator Poe, I'll give this
Second.
Senator Gordon, do you accept this nomination?
I do.
The floor is still open for nominations. I see Senator Owen.
Senator Owen called the Bag of Life Sciences. I nominate her Sanchez.
Senator Sanchez, do you accept this nomination? I do. The floor is still open for nominations. I see
Madam Speaker, that request after the
no. Senator Owen.
Senator Owen called the Bag of Life Sciences. I nominate Clay Williams.
Senator Williams. No more nominations. The floor is now closed. Give us a second. Senator Horton, you will be candidate 1. Senator Sanchez, you will be candidate 2. Senator Sanchez, and your character witness can step out. Senator Horton, the floor.
second, please, all of my.
Okay, Senator Horton, you will have 10 minutes beginning at
Howdy.
Howdy.
So my name is Cole Horton. I'm currently a senator representing the Lowry May School of Business, and I'm a candidate to run to be your next rules and regulations chairman in the 78th session. So a little bit about me. I'm a member of the class of 2028. I'm from the small town of Lumberton, Texas. And I am a proud business honors student. I think it is a wonderful program that has really shaped me in both my ethical values and my values as a person. As well, I'd like to pursue a career in corporate law. So as I previously mentioned, I'm involved in the business honors program. I'm also a member of the Ag Investment Club, which is a fantastic organization that manages about $60,000 in their equity fund, and it's completely run by students. It is a hands-on learning lab for finance. As well, I'm a Terry Scholar, and I have been a member of the Student Senate, where I served as freshman caucus leader. As well, I served as a Rules and Regulations member, and I have served on one J-Corp subcommittee previously and another in Spike County. We have some great candidates picked out. First, a little bit, I would like to explain to you what R&R is for the newer senators. Besides that's a picture of me with the previous R&R committee, they've done a great job, and I'm excited to see the continuity of that. So R&R will consider all legislation that has to deal with code changes. So let's say you want to come up with some kind of election regulation that changes the way that campaign finance works. Well, that bill will find its way to the Rules and Regulations Committee. As well, as it currently stands, the R&R chair oversees the basic process along with the caucus leaders, which has been a good time. As well, they are in charge of managing the J-Corp subcommittee, which will be the committee that goes through all the different candidates that the student body president nominates for A&M Judicial Court, and then they'll go there and they'll recommend the candidates to the Senate or not recommend them. Then will be full vote. As well, within this room, the most important role of the R&R chair is to interpret Robert's rules and the statutes of the Senate. The Rules and Regulations chairman is the chief interpreter of all the statutes of the Senate and Robert's rules within this chamber, and that is something I'm very excited to do. So I have a couple of goals. I think we can do some things with the election code. I think we should look at some of the finance laws we have, and we definitely need to be open about that and have a full discussion. Alongside the speaker, the pro tem, I would like to ensure that we have workshops that make sure that every senator in here is well aware of parliamentary procedure and knows what is in order and what is not in order, and when to make motions, when not to make motions. Because I believe if we have a more competent, more capable student or Senate, we'll be able to serve students better. As well, I am excited for the chance to aid Speaker Justino in meetings and aid her. Can you please go back? And aid her in meetings. As well, I would like to work with the R&R committee and create a subcommittee named after the current federal debt, where we look at legislation that we have in our bylaws and we see if it's really necessary and if it's just too much. So we just have a bunch of clutter in the code. As well, I hope to involve all senators in meetings by further educating. So why Cole? So I decided to do this little acronym, competent. We need someone competent. I've served in the Rules and Regulations Committee this year, and I've got much experience. And I've been under the tutelage of former Chairman Corbett Armstrong, and I believe I'm the most competent one for this job. As well, I'd like to be open. I'd like to hear from you. As the person who deals with SGA code changes, I want to hear what you want to change. Because I'm going to be honest, I have a lot of ideas that I like, but there's some good ideas that I don't have all the time. As well, I want to be listening. I want to hear from you. Previously, what I was saying about being open. hey, listen, because sometimes you're wrong. You need to hear from second opinion. And finally, I'd like to talk about my expertise. I have experience dealing with parliamentary procedure in my time with the Boy State. I've dealt with the management of boards and Robert's rules for my time at House of Republicans. As well, I have served on the Rules and Regs Committee, giving me this experience. So first of all, I'd like to show a couple people from the current Rules and Regs Committee in the 77th session that are supporting me. You have former R&R Chairman Corbett Armstrong. As well, you have a great member of the committee and the newly elected pro temp, Martha Tucker. And you also have my good friend Joe Bradley. Next, I'd like to show you a couple other studs. I have two class presidents, Audrey Poe and Cole Slide. They do great work, and I'm so thankful for the endorsement. As well, I'm thankful for Bryce Fisher's endorsement in this. And finally, I'd like to thank Andrew, Eli, and Luke for their support and their help. Now I'd like to call upon my character witness, Nick Crawford.
Beginning of how.
Howdy, sir. It's great to be back here after I've assumed my new role of second gentleman. Here in the Big Government Association on behalf of the Texas A&M body, but I'm here today to talk about my good friend Cole Horton. Now he's a pretty loquacious guy, and one of the first things that you might notice about Cole, or one of the first interactions I had with Cole, we were at a function, and I was talking to him, and he said, "Hey man, I was looking at the code yesterday, and I had some ideas about how we could improve it." Now, I don't know about you, but I have never sat down on a Saturday and said, what I want to do today is just look at the code in my free time and kind of peruse and see how I might be able to improve it. I've done a lot of things on Saturdays. I've gone to Hurricane Harry, sad it's gone, but I haven't sat down and looked at the SGA code and said, make this better. Cole has that dedication. He has that drive to make things as efficient and effective as possible. I can think of no one better than having the position of Rules and Regulations Chairman than Cole Horton. Over the past year, I've had the opportunity to work with him on a number of initiatives and code reforms coming from an executive branch perspective, and he has always been open and able to listen, even if we had disagreements here and there about the location of a comma or a semicolon. And he's that type of guy that has the level of detail to be able to go in and say, is this a comma thing or a colon thing? And despite the Foghorn Leghorn accident, he really is that. Much love. But the other thing that I would have to say about Cole is we got to work on a student body president campaign together, and he is extremely ethical. He has very firm ethical lines, and he will not get close crossing them. One of the great things that I admire about him is his clear understanding of right and wrong, that moral compass that I hope guides all of our decisions. And when you see someone like that, you can't help but want to emulate them too. I think that things like integrity and respectfulness and really living up to the Aggie Honor Code is somewhat infectious, and he certainly, I hope, infected me and the other members. But just to close out about Cole Horton, like he said about Audrey, I mean, he's a stud. He knows his stuff, and I am fully confident that he will get the code in the tip-top shape and make sure that the next Senate is the most successful Senate that we've ever had. Because that is the type of man that Cole Horton is. Thank you.
answer any of y'all questions.
Hey, you don't have to do any questions. I just Senator Patel.
Senator Patel, off-campus caucus, I was wondering what your favorite fun fact is about the SGA Constitution.
Okay, very this may not be interesting. So first, like preferences. So in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, you have a right to due process. However, in the SGA Code Constitution, you have a right to fair process. And I think that's very interesting. I'd really love to pick the mind of whoever wrote that, of why we chose to do fair process instead of due process. Because due process you can figure out pretty easily. You have a court who adjudicates it, and then they go on and suggest things, goes to justice. But fair process, who was to assign what is fair? What is fair to me may be unfair to you. And I think that's the most interesting thing. I don't know what other people's thoughts on that are. I just found it to be very interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Please direct your questions to Pro Temp Tucker. I have Cole Slump. Sorry, Senator Slump.
The rest of the preface.
Brief, please.
So, in my experience with you, you are you have so many you both have great style and read the SGA code. You mentioned some of your previous experiences with Robert's rules, at times like Florida State. Can you go into some of those qualifications and kind of what helps you grow this rules and regulations?
Yeah, so I'll start to answer your first, since you mentioned Florida State, and you were a counselor my year. I was a member of my state party's executive committee, and on that, I was concerned with the parliamentary dealings of the party and ensuring it worked, and we could elect people that would win. And we did win. We won the governor's race. We won the lieutenant governor's race. We did not win the attorney general race, but we won everything else. That's really important. However, to get your question about rules. With my experience in that really gave me a crash course. And I believe you may have been the one who taught me the rules, Cole. And it let me know what a point of information is, which I thought was enlightening, was very important. It let me know when you could interrupt the speaker because let's say someone else was out of order because the argument they were making was not germane and so it filled for. As well, aside from Boise State, I have served in a role within the national board of the National Federation of High School Republicans, where we followed Robert's Rules of Order whenever we're going through the meetings. And I felt like that was especially influential. And it reminded me that everything has an order, everything has a precedent. And when you don't follow that, you get what we see that we call chaos. And the truth is that while sometimes chaos can be fun and enjoyable, it is not conducive to advocating for the student body. And so going off that, my experiences have taught me that ultimately we want order. That's why I think the Jewish R&R chair, and I think that was that sort of student body. Thank you.
I have Senator Blanco.
Senator Blanco, Bush School of Government. During the time in SBA, you really read through the code. How can you ensure that the code is enforced in a fair and unbiased way that really and truly justly represents the entirety of the student government and student senate?
I love that question. I think that is a great question. Here's why. We can only work as a body. There's not one senator. There are right now 78 student senators, and there will be 80 in the fall when we get our question. And so I think what is good for ensuring that the code is fairly enforced is that we have a good understanding of what the code is, and we're educated. And I think it is good and will help us enforce it well if we know it. And also, as I was saying earlier, I'm open. I'd like to hear input on what you'd like to see out of the code. I think that'd be a very good thing. Senator Blanco, if you have anything you'd like, I'd love to talk with you. I'd love you to come to my meeting. It would really be a joy. Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
Senator Hargrove, I move to extend question and answer by 2 minutes.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded was unamendable only by the time. We will require a 2/3 majority vote with 10 students by voice vote. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Okay.
The ayes have it. Okay. It's too late. See Senator Collins.
Senator Collins, Flower Main School of Business. Can we kind of expand on the program you mentioned that kind of reflects the federal government's vision?
Yes, I would love to talk about what I'm right now playing SGA Doge. That's ultimately up to the Senate discretion what it is called. I would love to see if we could have some sort of ad hoc committee where we come together and we get, let's say, 10 to a dozen of the private centers in the room. And I believe there's at least 78 private centers, well, 77, maybe not me. But anyway, I want to get us together. I want to assign each person a section of the code. I want you to look through that code, and I want you to say, does this help students? Is this what we need? Is this just cluttered enough of code and has an outdated purpose? And I think it would be a lot more accessible for senators, much more students, if instead of having a very extensive, 216-page long code, if we could at least condense that a little bit, because I believe, the length of bills, when they're not short and sweet and get the job done, there can be some meaning lost in that. And I think people just see, oh, it's long. I don't want to read that. Or there's a lot of it. And I feel like, one, that's a bad thing to have.
Questions?
Seeing that this motion has been made and seconded, it will require 2/3 majority vote. Undebatable and amendable only by time. Will require 2/3 majority vote. Will attend to this by voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
Sorry.
You.
My apologies. My apologies. I don't mean that's bad. But I'd like to apologize. To continue your question about Doge, Senator Collins, I think if we come together and we find what's efficient, what's not efficient, I think we should apply more. But right now we're looking at
Please wrap up in 1 sentence or less.
let's make government more efficient.
Speaker, I have a quick question for parliamentary inquiry. A good, Mr. Applebaum.
Say your point.
Senator Hargrove, Education Caucus. In section, Article 4, Section 1D of the rules and regulations or bylaws say that only senators can sit in the seating area of the Senate chambers. How do you address Mr. Applewhite sitting in the seat of Senator Sanders?
Have to stay back there.
Think about it.
Yep. Okay, you have 10 minutes to getting at Howdy. Howdy.
Howdy.
Do that again. Howdy.
Howdy.
I might be a familiar face, Centerville. I am class of 27, although I did find out that I'm actually in the graduating 26. And this is my presentation about my So some quick facts about me. I'm an ag leadership and development major. I'm from Dawson, Texas, which I doubt any of you have ever heard of. Really small town, 30 minutes outside Waco. Quick fun facts, I'm a first gen Aggie. So my Aggie experience is very unique to my family and I really appreciate that. I love to explore, which does include trying new things, going and places, and I also volunteer at Aggie Land. If you look in that photo, real quick with me and the dog, I fostered that dog during spring break. I'm a foster fail, so he's now home with me and his name's Finley, by the way. He's a Chiweenie. Okay, moving on. A few of my values. My number one value is always today, and I really would like to explain like the Lord really guides my way. And what he wants is what will be done. Besides that, it's family, followed by friends, and then overall goodwill and honesty. I'm the kind of person that is going to tell you the truth. I'm going to be very open with you. I don't usually tend to beat around the bush, and I really value that clear, honest communication as well, which tends to have me be very unbiased in a lot of situations. So my previous session, I did serve in the 76th session. I was on campus and everything. Currently now I'm off campus and little switch already there. I did live in Hobby. Besides that, my relevant experience would be I just recently retired this past summer as a Texas FFA state officer. That is relevant because it has given me a lot of time within my 5 years in FFA to get familiarized with Robert's Rule of Order, which, as you know, we use here in SBA minutes, as well as taking on a large leadership role, which did include leading an organization with 175,000 plus members, as well as experience with managing an 8,000 plus business session, kind of like what we conduct here, again, using said Robert's Rules of Order. Outside involvement, I am in Cardinal Thrive, which means that I do go through a lot of professional development monthly, just on my own. I like to improve myself, which is one of the reasons why I also like to improve the things around me, which again, granted, why I'm a senator. I'm also in manners, which is also minorities in agriculture and natural resources, where my biggest thing is to help advance professionalism within the minorities. And then for fun, I'm in Aggie Emeralds, which is a women's organization on campus. We really focus on personal growth and strong lifelong bonds between girls. So I want to talk a little bit about responsibilities, the rules and regulations, and how I can review those. We understand that it is to uphold the code, and for me, I'm a textualist. So what is written in the code is what's written in the code, and I really do not care who you are. You are a senator, you're sworn to follow it, as well as to give those kind of a workshop of sorts for the new senators as well as vacancies so that they can be prepared for their roles in the Senate. Like I mentioned previously, I have experience as a MFA officer, which has given me countless hours to put on said workshops and really be able to educate efficiently someone. Said forth, if I was a rules and regulations chair and I was going to give these mini workshops to incoming senators as well as vacancy fillers, I would be able to do that properly and effectively. Few of my goals in management is to ensure that the code is followed, along with being able to go through meeting with proper Robert's Rules of Order. Collaboration is a big thing for me as well. Like I mentioned previously, open communication among everyone is important, as well as even in the responsibilities of R and one chair, because then you have to communicate with the election commission, which I think is very valuable in my goal for collaboration. Development, I want to continue refining the code, going through it, making sure it's up to date with our times and our year, and that we can understand it and it's clear. And I want to create an involved committee. I think it's very good that we have here in the Senate, and we have to have a participant. These are my letters of recommendation. If you can see, they're from some various different backgrounds here, as well. And then I would like to introduce my directors, Clay Williams.
Hi, Senate. I'm Clay Williams, Senator, College of Economic Sciences, but I'm not wanting to come here in front of y'all as a senator. I'm wanting to come in front of y'all as a witness to Paris's true character. I met her our senior year of high school when we were at the Bay Area office together, but we really didn't become friends until we got here at A&M. We met through a mutual friend. And the minute we hung out for the first time, I knew that God, He meant for our paths to cross. And the more and more we hang out, the closer and closer we've gotten. That I can go on the list of all the qualifications that Paris has that would make her such a great R&R chair. However, I mean, anybody who's running for R&R chair is going to have that list of qualifications. But the one that sticks out to me the most, and I think the one that allows her to stand out above the rest, is her grit. For how small she is the grittiest person I have ever met. Sometimes it scares me. And I don't think she bragged on herself enough in her presentation. She was a Texas FFA state officer, which, if you know anything about FFA, you know that when you are one, you spend your first year of college while also doing this, while you're traveling the state, you're traveling the country, and you're mingling with all of these high school FFA members, promoting agriculture, promoting your passion for leadership and community service and all of this good stuff. She did all of that while being a Terry Scholar, while keeping her grades up, while serving in the 76th session, and being in manners, emeralds, and all that good jazz. I do want to talk about how Paris has impacted me. She has been a huge part of my testimony, my faith. She has impacted even some of my best friends who I never thought she'd meet. She has even helped them grow in their faith. And she's genuinely the most incredible person I've ever met. Even though I look down to her when I try to speak to her, I still look up to her as a role model. And Paris is just the most passionate, driven sister in Christ I've ever met, and I do think she makes an incredible R&R chair. Thank you.
For period of questions, I have Senator Glover. Please direct your questions to Pro Tem Tucker.
Hi, Senator Carly Glover, representing us on campus. So you had mentioned that you are a text source in your interpretation of it. And so because we operate legislatively,
Point of order. Senator Hargrove, Education Caucus. Is the senator not practicing?
Ask the question.
Basically, how do you contend with having an towards interpretation? I mean, how the semantic approach how we do. Say that one more time, I'm sorry. So because you said protection is actually outside of the intention of writing the code. So how would you contend with that when you need to be able to understand behind the code that's true?
Yes, I do understand that, like, there is an intention for that code and it's there for a reason, but I believe that, we don't need to find a loophole behind what is written, and that some people may try to do, not saying anyone specifically, but I'm saying different pieces, and that's why I like to, follow the text, very much word verbatim more than anything. I'm not going to add any of my own words or re-say it in a way that might interpret it differently. So that's kind of what I mean by texture. I'm not going to try to turn it around and make it. Yeah, I'm very much good at maintaining unbiased opinion. So when maybe an issue arises and comes to that is formed within the code, if it's something that's similar to the code. Just trying to make sure that people do what we say.
Hi, Senator Westlake. Wells.
Senator Wells, engineering. You mentioned one of the very textualist interpretation of NPA code. Hopefully, do places where the code is very
unclear. There's quite a few places in our code that's very unclear or vague.
Yeah, so again, there will be circumstances in which it can be vague or unclear, which is also part of the R&R committee to make sure that we can ensure that everything in the code is clear, so that we have less of those situations where it can be turned on one way in one situation and another circumstance in a different situation. Again, at that point, you do have to understand that the code was written for a reason, and maybe you can't always be intentional and you have to be like that. Especially when going on Facebook.
Hi, Senator Steele.
Senator Steele, All Campus Caucus. How will you ensure that you remain unbiased?
Yeah, so being unbiased means at one point you have to put your previous relationships aside. You do have to not only look at the text and what it says, but look beyond just that person. I would say that if one of my dearest friends broke the code, I can't let that slide. I'm going to have to call them out and let them know that they're sworn in, they need to do what they need to do. And again, even if it's somebody that maybe we had disagreements in the past, put that aside. It doesn't matter when you are in that position, you need to be able to lead efficiently and effectively and make that bias.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator Patel.
Senator Patel, on campus, what's your favorite fun fact?
Right there. Just my favorite fun fact. I mean, we kind of talked about it earlier, but it's funny how like certain things in the code for me like don't always align with Robert's Rules of Order. I mean, we're going to take it into like situation like that happened. I guess I would say something that happened before is that, like, for example, it's not really fun facts, guys. I'm sorry, I'm a nerd, but I kind of enjoy the fact that our code is indifferent to most things. Like, we don't always follow Robert's Rules of Order. Again, we could adjourn this meeting at the beginning, but if we don't have a speaker elected, we can't be a part of it. So I think it's really fun and interesting if you really get to immerse yourself in it by going back and forth and just remind, like, it's fun to work your brain sometimes, at least in my case.
Hi, Senator Davanco. Senator Davanco, First School of Government. How do you make sure that we're fully familiarized with the wrap up and what's meant to us? The SGA code is up in here.
I can make sure that I'm familiarized by reminding myself to go through the code. If you are there, you are in charge of that committee, and one of the things that I'm going to do in that committee is to be able to go through the code in meetings and relook at it, revisit it, and keep it fresh.
Time is expired. We thank the speaker for her time. Okay, we will now get into a period of debate. We'll start with candidate 1. Seeing that the motion has been made and seconded, it's undebatable and amendable and requires a majority vote. We will attempt to do this by voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The petition has been called. We will attempt to do this by more formal form of voting. We'll do this by standing vote, led by President Tucker. All those in favor, please stand.
All opposed? By a vote of 16 to 37, this does fail.
Alright, Senator Schiller, that's.
Being that a senator has requested a ballot vote, we will be voting by ballot. We're going back to our peer debate. We're in round one for candidate one. Do I see any debate? I see Senator Bradley. Remind you that we're not saying candidates' names. Another reminder, we're quiet while we're debating. You have 2.5 minutes beginning at Howdy.
Hi guys, Senator Bradley, College of Engineering. Sorry for my mistake earlier. I was in the wrong headset. First off, I just like to say, candidate one, I've had a great opportunity to work candidate one on the rules and regulations committee. He's extremely knowledgeable. He knows exactly what he's talking about. Like we mentioned earlier, candidate one likes to read code on the weekend. That's something that not everybody likes to do. Candidate one, might I just say, is a phenomenal dresses phenomenal. He has a phenomenal wardrobe. I think every Senate meeting's always got a different tie, different bow tie on. We can always count on candidate one to keep it classy. Candidate one has also had the great opportunity and privilege to actually speak to the Texas senators and the House of Representatives. That's something that, not a lot of people can say that he's done. He's actually gone and advocated for Texas A&M students on the state level, which is something that we need, and some of the connections that he has from that are amazing. All that to say, should vote for candidate one. I yield to Senator Paul.
Seeing that Senator Sloan has been yielded to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Getting her.
Howdy. Back again to speak on behalf of my dear friend, candidate one. I just want to kind of point out some of his endorsements. Personally, I know that myself and the other class presidents each endorsed that candidate one has helped us so much in so many different ways to advocate for initiatives that we want to see done in collaboration with SGA, even though he hasn't been giant roles so far. Candidate one, if you look at just kind of the names that were up here in his character witness, these are all people who are not only very involved in the Student Government Association, but involved with the Texas legislature. Candidate one is exceptionally knowledgeable, not just about our rules and regulations, but about the rules and regulations that we live under. That's somebody who has the knowledge that I would like to lead me, to hold me accountable, someone that I know that will be impartial, that will be communicative. If you think about the ways that in this role, you will have the opportunity to communicate with the student body president's office, I think it's telling that the current chief of policy and section came down here to these characters.
Okay, we will now move into the first round debate for candidate two. I see Senator Wells. You have 2.5 minutes beginning at Howdy.
Howdy, I'm Senator Wells, College of Engineering, and I believe candidate one represents what we need for student living environment. There is a lot of inefficiencies in the code. There's a lot of code.
Senator Taylor, College of Arts and Sciences, candidate, this is really big. Oh. Wrong.
Thank you for the correction. Candidate two. Sorry. While there is code is long, code is inefficient. I believe that most of us agree with that. However, just because it is long and inefficient does not mean that you can just interpret it because it's long and inefficient. You have to know the code to enforce code. That's the job of the part. If you are taking the code as it is written that way for a reason. There have been many students in this session before us, 77 before us. You can't just reinterpret their code to decide what you want to do. You have to be strict in what it's reading, even if it's inefficient. That's just how Senate works. Senate is not designed to be the fastest body in the world. That inefficiency is beneficial to the position of rules, the RR chair. And without it, other senators could end up in ruling it's invalid or ruling that doesn't seem fair. There's a reason the code is written that way. And I believe candidate two represents that proper reading of the code that is needed in a Senate that has existed within the Senate itself.
I got my thing, but I yield to Jefferson. Senator.
Seeing that Senator Steele has been yielded to, you have 59 seconds to do that.
So I know we're at this point, Senator Steele off campus caucus. I know we're at that point right now. I can already see it. Most of y'all are not paying attention to me. That's okay. Not asking for your attention per se. I just want to talk a little bit about my relationship with candidate two. Candidate two has been a good friend of mine for quite a while now. I also met her my senior year of FFA. I was a speaker in high school, and the FFA recruited me to do speaking events. So that's where I met her. She's been a really great person, really great mentor in that organization, and a really great person to get to know in Senate and outside the Senate as well. One thing you need to know about candidate two is that she is very unbiased. She can be mean to me at times. You don't think it, but she's meaner than she looks. That shows that she's unbiased. And that means that when you're interpreting the code, she's going to be unbiased about that interpretation. That is the most important thing with the rules and regulations.
Okay, well now there's a second round of debate for candidate one. I see Senator Ahmed. You have 2.5 minutes beginning at 3.
Senator Adamick off Campus Caucus. I became personally that candidate one's that because I don't know why any of us would not like efficiency when it comes to running this organization for the Senate. I believe that efficiency is key, whatever we're doing. So because of that, I genuinely feel like that's the best way we should operate this. I think being unbiased is also a great quality of candidate one. When I first got into SGA, very new, first time actually in Senate, and he's someone that's kind of helped me get along the way when it comes to how to manage all these different rules and regulations we're talking about. I also think he's someone that is wanting to just go and genuinely read and gain more knowledge on what it means to look at different rules and interpret them. And so, candidate one is the guy that I think will be best. With that, I yield the floor to Senator Bowman.
Seeing that Senator Clover has been yielded to, we'll have 1 minute 45 seconds.
Howdy, my name is Senator Glover of the Off-Campus Caucus. So, continuing along with Senator Adams is saying, I think it's very important to recognize that just because candidate one may want to reinterpret some parts of the code, it doesn't necessarily mean to interpret. He wants to make it more accessible. Again, we're trying to make Senate more accessible for the student body. If our code is obtuse and it's wordy and overly semantic, people will not understand it. They will not understand the words that are governing them that affect them that becomes a barrier. But we are able to cut them back from our code. It works as we do. They can see it, they can understand it. They can also become more involved with shaping that code in the future. Thank you. And we also send the talks.
Seeing that Senator Collins has been able to, you have 59 seconds to continue.
Howdy. Hey. I would just like to speak on behalf of candidate one. This past semester, had the honor of being its peer leader within the business honors program. So I'd like to speak a little bit about his character. He is one that anytime you walk into a room, he's always the first person to smile, to greet you, to ask you how you're doing. He's an incredibly friendly soul. And most importantly, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's on top of his business. Don't want to be the dead horse, but he's very confident when it comes to rules and regulations and with an extremely fitting capacity. Additionally, just to echo what some of my previous colleagues have stated about efficiency, I think it would be wise to say that increasing the efficiency of any organization should be its top priority versus wasting time, effort, and resources. And seeing as though that's the top priority of candidate one, that's one reason why I will be voting for him and encourage all to do this.
Please wrap up in 1 second.
Go back.
We'll now move to the second round of debate for candidates. I see Senator Edgington. You'll have 2.5 minutes to do. All right, howdy.
Howdy.
This is kind of on campus center. So I want to talk a little bit about candidate two and just kind of who she is. So I know that you Terry scholarship organization, and I would say that kind of the joke about candidate two last year and freshman year was, does she go to school? Because she was gone all the time. But yes, she did go to school. And whenever she came back, she had better grades than all of us and was more involved in all of us. So if you're thinking about someone who can juggle a lot of things, it's definitely candidate two. But kind of just above that, she's juggling a lot of things and doing a job of them. I think whenever I was thinking about who support for this position, I think the fact that candidate two really wants to look at the code based on exactly what it says, that means a lot to me. Because I think it kind of gives us more of a say in what we want the code to actually say. So if she interprets it based on exactly what it says, then we can do the work to change it if we don't like it. I think having the rules and reg chair that's really honest and open about what it truly does say gives us more of a chance for it to be accessible for us to make the changes that we might have to make. So I think just looking at the future of this session, it's a really good choice to go candidate to based on who she is as a person, and also kind of our goals on looking at the code and then how we can change it to how we want it to be as a person, not just for one jurisdiction. So with that, I yield to Senator Burnside. Seeing that Senator Burnside has been yielded to, you have 1 minute and 7 seconds.
Senator Burnside on campus caucus. I'm here to support the candidate two in I believe that rules and regulations should be the most least biased position out of any position in SGA. You need someone with diverse perspectives that works with a variety of groups, because I believe working with many different groups and being involved in many different groups is going to be the thing that helps you to reduce your bias the most. Being able to gauge many diverse opinions and still deciding what's best as a whole. So I implore you all to vote for candidate two to have the most least biased candidate winnings. I yield my time to Senator Hurt.
Seeing that Senator Hurt has been yielded to, you will have 36 seconds to begin.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Senator Hurt Mitchell. We talk a lot about truth-seeking, non-biasness, and efficiency. When it comes to the actual code, you'll read it's 256 pages of a bunch of craziness, and you can't understand it. Efficiency is great and all, but we actually need to get to the truth of it all. How do we make something tangible? How do we understand it? How do we make it accessible? That goes with the textual viewpoint. Candidate two has that textual viewpoint. If we're going to just slash the entire code, bureaucracy, as much as whether we like it or not, makes us think.
Please wrap up in 1 sentence or less.
Textualism is the best way candidate two has that.
That concludes our period of debate. We will now move into a period of voting, led by Pro Tem. This will be about.
You're ready. Remind me to be quiet during voting.
By a vote of 49 to 21, candidate won.
These rules and regulations are going to be confirmed by Chief Justice Lefty.
Raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Cole Horton, do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the office of
the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students
promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those who are used
So help me God.
to help God. Most high.
Election will now into creative process.
Madam Speaker, Larry Williams from Tech Life Sciences. I move to suspend the rules to consider the chief of staff, chief of policy, chief of operations, and chief of student engagement similar to the confirmation of 85.
Second.
Be quiet throughout this motion. So being that the motion has been made and seconded, this is undebatable and unamendable and will require a 2/3 majority vote. We will do this by standing vote led by Pro Tem Tucker. All those in favor of suspending the parliamentary procedure? All those opposed? By a vote of 54-2, this motion does pass. We're going to take a brief sanity. Be quiet, sanity.
Love all four sides. Next, they're shared with me. Share with me. These love all four. And go to the experience sides for each of them. The photos can reference it, so just switch to the yes, it's on well, okay, go ahead.
As you will now introduce all four candidates.
Howdy. My name is Carter Mallory. I have the pleasure of speaking to Senate for the first time as SVP. So thank y'all for being here. I'm very grateful that I have the opportunity to present these amazing candidates and move forward with confirming them with y'all. Each one of these candidates was an obvious choice out of our application and interview process. And I know for a fact that y'all are going to agree with that statement. Each one of them is going to say a little bit about their experience, which qualifies them for these positions. Each one of them is overqualified to a real extent. Bryce Fisher being the Chief of Policy Selection, Alex Lewis being the Chief of Staff Selection, Maddie Taylor being the Chief of Student Engagement Selection, and Maisie Johnson being our Chief of Operations Selection. They're going to give a brief overview of their experiences and their qualifications for these roles.
All right, howdy, Senate.
Great.
I was served in the last session as part of the LR committee, was also part of the LR commission last year. We did a lot of great work. We passed a lot of great legislation. Super excited about that. Last summer, I interned with the Office of Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Shout out my man Greg up there. Really thankful for that summer. Learned a lot about Texas policy specifically the governor's interaction with the chancellor's interaction with the Board of Regents, interaction with the president, and how that trickles down to the student level so that we can feel effective changes on the student success area. I'm also a member of the College of Ag and Life Sciences Student Council, where I serve as a voice for students in the College of Ag to the Dean's Office and understand the importance of college level and school level administration for the success of students. I was a delegate to MSC Abbott Family Leadership Conference and just have a lot of experience. Super excited to work with you guys. That's me.
Howdy, Senate.
Hey.
My name is Madison Windage, and I have had the pleasure of working with primarily Fishes over the past 3 years of being at A&M. I love the organization. It's been a joy and honor to serve as the executive director over the past year, which has taught me incredible things that I'd love to go on about it. To keep it short and sweet, I've learned a lot about developing leaders of excellence. A lot of people sitting in this room are already Fishes, have been Fishes, or are affected by Fishes, and because of that, I'm more than equipped to get to continue to develop the executive cabinet as chief of staff. I've also had the joy of working as a delegate for the MSC Abbott Conference, as well as other things like leadership internships with camps and volunteer work through restoration. Thank you.
Hi, Senate.
Hey.
I'm Max Taylor. I'm really excited to be here in front of y'all today. A brief overview of what I've gotten to be part of here at Texas A&M. I've gotten to serve as the Vice President of Communications for the class of 2027 for the past 2 years, and to be two administrative vice presidents, one being Senator Slum. I also am a part of Kappa Alpha Theta. I am on our media committee. I've also gotten to be a delegate in the MSC Abbott Family Leadership Conference. I currently am an athletics photographer for Texas A&M Athletics. I have worked for the core cadets and the marketing
and media department. I'm really excited to serve in this position because I've got to learn a lot about different segments of campus, and I have learned how to appeal to them best.
Howdy, Senate. Hi. For chief cooperation. Thank you so much for your time. A couple of things on my experiences I really want to highlight is I have both experience within cabinet and experience from executive committee. I served in SGA in the executive branch for the past 3 years, most recently on cabinet as vice president of external relations, and then I've served in the 12th command for the past 3 years, most recently as the executive director. So I think I bring a lot to the role of chief operations, and I'm really excited to work with all three branches and with our executive committees to really improve our SGA and our university. Thank you.
All right, howdy again. Howdy. All right, so throughout all their experiences, they are the most qualified candidates for these positions. I can think of nobody better. Addison's experience with Fish Aids being the executive director, she has held accountability for that organization within student government, and that's been evident to every single person I've gotten to talk to throughout the past administration in their cabinet. Maddie Taylor has worked tirelessly for class councils on their student engagement, their outreach, which is exactly the position description that she is being selected for. Bryce Fisher has worked on the LR Commission. He has relationships with our Texas legislature, and he's going to continue moving forward with those in this position of chief of policy. Maisie Johnson has done an amazing job running the 12th can this past year, and I fully believe in her capacity to lead the operations of this cabinet. So thank you all very much.
Questions. A note when a question is asked, all four will have to answer. Do I see any questions? I see Senator Willis.
Senator Willis on Campus Caucus. We just got to see some of y'all's resumes. What singular experience here at Texas A&M University best prepared you for the role that you're seeking right now?
My position in class council has been vice president of communication for the past 2 years. I've gotten to serve under 2 different class presidents, 2 amazing leaders, but 2 very different leaders. I think that my experience working underneath them and on their cabinets, different cabinets with different cultures, has prepared me well to be able to work well with our team and the rest of the SGA, y'all, and the student body. I would say that my experience as the chief executive director for the past year has provided multiple opportunities to get to help people hire, hold them to an excellent standard, and ultimately ask a lot of them. Issues are incredible. They're also human, just as we are within student government, and they need to be more accountable. So do I. They're the rest of the team. So getting that opportunity and getting the opportunity to continue to do that with cabinet is something that's exciting. It's something that I'm very well with.
Awesome question, Senator. I think for me specifically serving as a member of the LR Commission, especially with the amount of legislation that we wrote and pushed this year, the things we advocated for, helps me really see what it looks like in terms of student advocacy. And the current Chief of Policy, Ben Crockett, and Michaela Johnson, LR Commissioner, were really great mentors to me at just understanding how we can serve as a student advocacy branch in Texas A&M.
I feel for me, the role of chief of operations, that my previous position as executive director of the 12th CAN has been the most valuable for this new role, mostly because I've gotten to work with the executive vice president of operations, Gia, this year from the perspective of an executive leader. And just personally and within my leadership capacity, I've grown a lot in this role. And as you all know, student leadership can take time, but it can also be a great opportunity for growth. And so in this way, I think I've really grown as a leader. I'll be able to lead on top staff and also lead our executive.
Senator Vivanco.
Senator Vivanco, Bush Caucus. I know that during the May preface.
Briefly.
Yes, briefly. I know that during the Mallory First campaign, there was an emphasis on outreach outside of SGA. All of you have mentioned your experience in SGA or class council related activities. How do y'all plan on reaching out outside of this?
I would love to take this question first. Thank you so much for asking. That is one of the things I think I'm most excited about to be in this position, because I've been in class councils, which is adjacent to SGA. I think that's something that y'all can all probably understand is that sometimes the only news you hear about what goes on in student government is negative. And I think that's really sad. And so I would love to work to change the image and the brand by actually talking about what in the world goes on here, because it's productive and good and helpful for the student body. And I like to do that through things like news sources and social media.
Yeah, that's a great answer. I completely agree with her. I also think that a really big emphasis on SGA is only in February. I have roommates. I've been in SGA for 3 years, and sometimes they still have no idea what I'm doing. They don't know the responsibility. They don't know anything about SGA, and I'm honestly pretty open about what I do in SGA. So that said, I'm sure a lot of you guys relate to the same thing, and I think a really big part of that is what Matt said is communication, and ultimately SGA exists to serve the student body, and I think sometimes there's a disconnect between the student body and SGA, which honestly is really counteractive. How are we serving the student body if they don't even know who we are? So increasing communication, being very transparent, and also just being around campus, spread out, not only serving with an SGA, but also serving in the sororities and other fraternities and along these lines.
Yeah, Chief of Policy did a lot of external work this past year. This year, it's going to look a lot more internal since we're in an interim type period. That looks like working with faculty at the college level, helping them understand what SGA is, what it does, and pushing policy that benefits students. But that just looks like working with different faculty, branching out, talking to new people, building new relationships.
I'm also very excited about the opportunities for outreach for SGA this year. I know with many of our executive committees specifically, while they are in SGA, our executive committee members feel very disconnected from SGA in many ways, don't really see themselves as a part of SGA the way that Senate does or the way that executive cabinet does. So that's a great area for growth and awareness of understanding what is SGA and what all organizations are a part of SGA. And then in our recruitment efforts for all of our members in our executive committee and our 3 branches, really focusing on getting students from all over campus through the strategies that we've already discussed, and making that emphasis on recruitment so we get more students involved from different areas.
I also want to wrap up on that point. I love that you brought that up. And I love that you care enough to ask that. And our goal as an executive team is to work closely with you guys. If all 3 branches of government aren't working together efficiently, then we're not going to be able to serve students. And ultimately, the goal is to serve our constituents and our students to the best of our ability. And that looks like collaboration and cooperation with y'all.
We will now move into a period of debate. We're debating against all, for or against all 4 positions together. That makes sense. We'll start with a period of debate against the 4. Do I see any debate against? I see Senator Hurd. You'll have 2.5 minutes beginning at 9.
Senator Hurd, off-campus caucus, how do you say it?
Hey.
As someone who's been here for my 3rd term, this is a little highly unprecedented what we're doing. Exec positions, we don't lump something together. I think we ask them individual questions, we look at their actual, look at them more rather than as an entire group. I think we focus more on policies. Question for chief policy is very different than looking at the operations. I just think that we should consider this. Most likely, they're not a very unpopular opinion, but felt like it should be said. With that, I yield.
Seeing that the floor has been yielded to, we will now move into the first round of debate for all 4 positions. Do I see any debate for the positions? I see Senator Bradley. You will have 2.5 minutes beginning at Howdy.
Senator Bradley, College of Engineering. Let's just say, end this night, nice and cordial. Candidates look good. We asked them a couple questions. Seem to know what they were talking about. They seem to have a lot of really good experience in all the things they've been involved in. And speaking in mind of efficiency, why not just be efficient? One of them all at once. When we know they're extremely qualified, I'm sure President Mallory or President Carter and VP Mallory, they know what they're doing when they're choosing. And they know what they're doing when they're choosing the people that they want for their campaigns. And with that, I yield to Chuck.
Seeing that Senator Glover has been yielded to, you will have 1 minute and 51 seconds beginning at Howdy.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carly Glover. I represent the off-campus. Okay, so I think I can reward what Senator Bradley just said. We don't want to make this too efficient. We're not trying to be arbitrary about our decisions here, but we saw their resume. Who better to serve us? What more could we ask of someone? They answered with great aptitude. They know themselves. They conduct themselves well. They are well known. I met each and every one of those people before I became involved at SGA. I'm just going to say that. They know people. They know how to conduct themselves. They can be a connecting web between many different organizations, which can help bring people to look at SGA in a different light. I yield to the Senator Adams.
Seeing that Senator Adams has been yielded to, you will have 1 minute and 6 seconds beginning the time.
Senator Adamick, All Campus Caucus. Howdy. As previously stated, I also got to know each one of these candidates at some point or another, even before I'm at SGA. With Maddie, I know over the last couple of years with her involvement both in Theta as well as recently with the Brook Challenge. She's someone who's committed, dedicated to her role, dedicated to her passion and what she's doing. With Addison, I was actually also a counselor this summer with her at Pine Grove Timbers, where she was an exceptional leader. She was someone that everyone looked up to. She's someone that knows how to lead with authority, but also give grace. When it comes to Bryce, I met him very early on at time here at A&M. He's someone that really is passionate for SGA, really passionate about what he does, and wants to serve first and foremost. And then Maisie, I actually met her through being a muster host. She is someone that also is deeply rooted in A&M with the Stanford, and I believe if Student Body President Carter Mallory trusts them to reach it. I go to Senator.
Seeing that Senator Vivanco has been yielded to, you'll have 8 seconds beginning at
Hi, I'm Senator Vivanco from the Bush Point Caucus. I think that we are perfectly okay with these candidates because I don't think we've got any had more time or more energy to ask them questions. Our current administration has people who worked on the prior administration. We can't be miscards. And I really trust that they are more than capable to choosing people who are clearly well defined. I go support.
Seeing that the floor has been yielded to, we will now move to the second round of debate against 4 candidates. Do I see any debate against the candidate? I see Senator Steele.
Senator Steele, I have a motion.
State your motion.
My motion to move the previous question.
Second.
Seeing that the motion has been made and seconded, we'll move into period of voting. We'll attempt to do this by standing vote. All of those in favor of confirming the 4 candidates. Question. Sorry, we're going to the next question.
Yeah.
All those opposed? By a vote of 59-2, this motion does. It's for a period of voting for the candidates. That was period voting on the motion. We're now moving into a period of voting on the candidates. We're voting on all 4 candidates. We're going to attempt to do this by a standing vote, requires a majority vote. All of those in favor of confirming all 4 candidates, please rise. All those opposed? By a vote of 59-1, the nominees are confirmed. Do you have any other motions? Now be sworn in by Chief Justice Leffingwell.
Let's raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear.
I, solemnly swear
To faithfully execute to the best of my ability.
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
Duties of the office of, state your office.
the duties of the office of Chief of Policy
For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association
To uphold the honor of the same.
to uphold the honor of the same
At all times to protect the welfare of the student body.
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
And to promote good relations between the students.
and to promote good relations between the students
And those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
So help me God.
So help me God.
That's the I'm up to it.
Say it. The motion is debate. Statement the motion has been made and seconded is. Okay. It is undebatable and unamendable and requires a majority vote. We will attempt to do this via voice vote. All those in favor? Let's vote.
Oh, you can give me the card. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Oh, everybody bring your blackbirds. The mark off. Yes, bro. I was. Sunsetting.